Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to the Lakeside in December 2024. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 31st till June the 2nd. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in the most beautiful surroundings you'll find in Europe. The Swedish Open and Masters is held from August 16th till 18th, a popular tournament for many of Europe's best aerosmiths. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thank you to our tournament sponsors Winmau, A&G Travel Group, iDarts, Dart Connect, CT1 and Quiff.
Greaves takes on Lorraine Hyde. Number 1 men's seed Andy Barton faces Sebastian Białecki, and the former WDF rated number 1 James Hurl takes on Sweden's strongman Dennis Nilson. It promises to be a fascinating night here at Lakeside.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2023 CT1 WDF Lakeside World Championship. It's day 3 here. This is the home of World Darts. This is Lakeside. We continue men's round 2, and we welcome back to the stage a man making his Lakeside World Championship debut, a former John Wilkie Memorial and North Island Masters champion from New Zealand, JT Johnny Tata. His opponent also makes his Lakeside World Championship debut. Last year's Winmau World Masters finalist, the reigning Isle of Man Masters champion from Northern Ireland, the Daddy, Barry Copeland.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to Lakeside, where we continue with round 2 in the WDF World Championship. If you watched earlier this afternoon, you may have recalled me saying that life begins at 50. That's what it was for Peter Machin. Well, life can begin at 51 for Barry Copeland, the Ulsterman making his World Championship debut as the number 8 seed. And the reason why he is so high in the rankings is because he won a couple of titles. Isle of Man Masters, current champion of that. And he was a 2022 World Masters finalist, losing out to Wesley Pleisier. Johnny Tata has got a couple of titles to his name as well. And in the summer, he shocked the darting world in his homeland, beating Peter Wright in the New Zealand Darts Masters. He had to show a lot of grit and a lot of bottle to overcome Sean McDonald. We'll be heading back to Scotland, wondering how he lost. Well, the reason why he did is because this man took out the right shots at exactly the right times. He is someone who knows how to win on the stage. Barry Copeland has less experience where that is concerned, but he does have the advantage of the higher ranking. My name is Dan McCarthy, and I'm delighted to be joined in the commentary box once again by the WDF Secretary General, Nick Rolls. And Nick, for me, this one's a really tough game to call because Copeland is ranked higher. He's got a few titles to his name.
180.
And maybe it's a little bit less tough to call now because Tata said a 180.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Yes, I agree with you, actually, despite the magnificent start from Johnny Tata. Yeah, really difficult to call. Said this morning, I think someone that's had a little bit of experience on the stage over the weekend as well, whereas Barry's not played on this stage before, so just might take him a set or so to get used to it. And if it does, could it be already beyond him, so to speak? It might not be a bad thing. This sounds really strange, but that of Barry losing the ball, because if he's got that first set where, okay, if I win it, it's a bonus.
Yeah, at this stage of the competition, the format is slightly extended. If you're only just tuning in for the first time this week, the first round was first to 2 sets. We are going up to 3 now, and there will be a break after 2. So whatever happens, both players will get 5 minutes or so just to recompose and readjust to the stage. But this has been a wonderful start by Johnny Tata.
Interesting 161 start.
87.
Interesting that way, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, he didn't need to go for the finish, so I'm guessing he was looking to lay up.
Probably looking to lay up tops.
Yeah.
91. Johnny, you require 74.
And he's got plenty of time with this 74. Decides to stay there.
54.
Thought he was going to shuffle across to his right slightly, the way the dart kicked up.
85. Johnny, you require 20.
Last start of Barry's a couple of times has drifted into the 5 and the 1. You want to get this under his belt, Johnny.
10.
Outside chance for that. Well, I say an outside chance. It is a 3-darter rather than, I can't believe he'll go 51 ball. But, okay, get rid of the 1 first. Obvious thing to do.
81. Johnny, you require 10.
Last chance saloon you feel in this leg for Johnny.
Yeah, this came short in the first leg. Johnny Tata.
And he responds, and that's what he did do against Sean McDonald, because looking at the raw stats from that game, Johnny averaged around the 76 mark. Sean was up at 84. Sean's scoring power was much better than Johnny's, but Johnny landed crucial shots at key times. There was a 171 setup in the first set to win that first set. Then there was a 177 in the last set to get the second leg, and then he took out 101 with the first dart in hand in order to beat Sean McDonald.
Hey, he doesn't look phased in any way, shape or form, does he?
Not in the slightest.
Interesting contrast in throws as well. How far back down the dart that Johnny holds his dart. I think it's then balanced on perhaps on a couple of fingers, as opposed to Barry here. Literally, sort of flicks them in. You see that it doesn't draw back at all. It's almost like a flick. An effective flick at that, to be fair.
Yeah.
I wish I could do that.
Yeah, no backwards motion.
No.
It's just straightforward. It's a prod, basically.
Yeah. Good thinking here. 171 could leave and has
171.
to leave the big fish. 3-4-1 in 6. Be nice, wouldn't it? Be a great start to the evening.
I think he only now needs a 174 to complete the set of the massive.
Yeah, but that would be good for Marco, and I don't want them to have.
98.
Plenty of time. Well, I say plenty of time. 140 makes this more interesting. But here's my spotter stroke caller's nightmare 72, because just so many different outshots. It looks like he's going 48 in my book. Yep. Will he stay there for tops? Yep, tops it is.
32. Very good inquiry, 126.
We'll start on the treble 19. Has to stay there to get a shot at bull.
58. Johnny good inquiry, 40.
The early indications aren't great for Barry.
No, very true. But only another missed double. I want to put this one away. That's lovely. That was a really nice dart, right in the middle of the bed as well. Yeah, 2-0. But this is where I think that Barry hasn't got a panic here, because, as I said, this whilst he knows he's got to break the Tata throw, he has got this opportunity, or he's going to have 3 opportunities to break his throwing set. So, having said that, he'd love to get a leg on the board to say he's part of the game.
140.
But we know that Barry Copeland has got a very high-level game in him. You don't get to the final of the World Masters if you're not a good player. Average just shy of 96 in that, but he ran into an inspired Wesley Clysier.
Yes, he did. Yep. He played really well all day that day. Over in that end. First chance for a 180.
180.
Converted. 1-1, I think that makes it. And that'll make Barry feel a lot better now.
100.
However, it's the Kiwi that gets first to a finish.
I need a ton here, or at least to get it under the 100. And I don't mean on 99. Yeah, that's a good dart. That's a great dart. Needs him a 2-darter. Tough one for Johnny, 140. Ouch.
45. Barry requiring 56.
Ouch indeed. Now 56. 11 dart leg.
He might need 12. That's a good dart. Yes, there you go. I was going to say, when he does hit the double, he's not afraid to show a little bit of emotion. Never, in my opinion, it's never out of order. He's just pumping himself up and giving the crowd a little bit of, you know, this is what I can do. I personally, I quite like it as long as it's done within the barriers, you know.
Yeah, I mean, if you go and do it in someone's face, that's against the spirit of darts, against the rules.
Yeah, exactly that.
But all players have got their differing approaches. Some like to play with emotion. Some like to play poker face. It's all about personal preference.
Slight opening here then for Johnny. Copeland looking to get it back to Toole in this first set. Yeah, opening taken. That door is wide open. Potentially 6 darts away. Albeit Copeland coming back. I'd be disappointed with that after the first dart landing. It appeared quite nicely in the treble, I thought. But
yeah, it's what we'd call in commentary a bad ton, where the first dart's perfect
that's a really
and you can't follow it.
Yeah. But door now open for Barry. Just the 10 points or 9 points behind. I think it would have been interesting to see if that second dart had gone on the 20. I'd have then played the bull off 225 to leave the 120. But this is from the guy that literally can't throw at the board. I know what to do.
16.
Some decent players among the referees here.
Oh, yes. There'll be a referee's challenge later, which I'll be marking, obviously, because they won't let me play for fear of how long it'll take.
45.
Could do a commentator's challenge just with myself and I'd still lose. Now then, 156 for Johnny is not going to go.
Wrong side of the wire.
83.
Good lead.
95.
Flip of a coin this leg now. Looks like the bull first. 20 for the bull or 60 for double five. Bullseye.
17. Johnny Unicorn 73.
Should be 57 for double eight. Yep, certainly looking that way.
14 for tops. Going to get one bite at it.
53.
And it dips low.
Johnny Unicorn 25.
Suddenly from a set that was looking as though it was Johnny's, we could be going to 2-2.
21.
But we're not for now. 2 missed darts to get the set on level terms. Double 10 belongs to Johnny Tata.
Johnny Tata.
And that's been a popular segment of the board so far. 3 of the 4 darts have gone on that. 3 of the 4 leg-winning darts, I should say.
Yep.
16.
Works as a trucker back in New Zealand as Johnny Tata. He's commented in the past about how well he's been looked after by his company, allowing him the time off to come here. And we've been saying it, particularly with the players who've come from the oceanic regions, just how much they've got to sacrifice. I mean, a lot of them come here, even if they win one game, it's been a loss-making operation for them. They're coming here because of the love of it, and it's great to see the appreciation for them.
Yeah, very much so. I was having a conversation with Kim Mitchell and her husband Trent earlier on. They were talking me through, you know, the sacrifices they've had to do to get the points in Australia, and they now go across to New Zealand as well, because New Zealand offer gold tournaments or silver tournaments. Gold and silver tournaments. So they go over there to rack the points to be able to get here, and it's great. Someone like him, right? Yep, I lost, but I felt good up there. Actually, do you know what? I want to come back. I want to win a game on this board. So on the stage, I should say. So, yeah, it's great. And Wendy Harper was saying the same, and Nicole Reno. So all of those guys that have come over from the oceanic region are really looking forward to, or been looking forward to it, and are enjoying their week.
Yeah, I was speaking to Danny Porter on Saturday evening, and he was absolutely devastated with the way he played, because you know, he's made that journey over here, and he only won one leg against Iron Continent, but he's still got that hunger to want to try and come back. Yeah,
I refereed that game. I think he ran into a truck, to be fair. Iron Continent played like a dream, didn't he? In you know, your first ever game at Lakeside, he couldn't really have wished for too much more. I mean, we all won the 9 darters and the 170s, but look, if someone said you were going to win, you probably got a better idea of his average than I have. But it was a decent game, a decent performance.
Yeah, it certainly was one of the standout performers from round 1.
65.
I like that dart. I like the 65 to get under the ton. Leaves a 2 darter rather than if he'd have hit the 20, it'd have been 101. Interesting approach on 198. I guess 138 could leave 60. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that. 900's better than 98, isn't it?
Yeah, chops it down to a nice even ton. Barry could go double-double, or he could hit the treble 20 plum and hit double 8 plum. Nicely done. Barry Copeland holds throw in the first leg of this set.
Yeah, gave himself a bit of a talking to when he walked back. And of course, we had the Oceanic player Peter Machin earlier this morning that nearly rocked the place.
Yeah, we were getting very excited.
Yeah, we were. I got accused earlier by one of the players saying, "You didn't sound very excited about the 9 darts." I said, "Trust me, Dan and I were stood there waiting to give it plenty if the double 12 would have gone in." But
45.
Yeah, I thought
We'd have leapt off his seats.
absolutely. I'm not sure that you heard much comms apart from things clattering on the floor as we pulled the mics out for something stupid. But
Or us bashing his knees on the desk and yelping.
43.
But yeah, for those of you that didn't see it, Peter Matin hit the 180, 180, 60, 57, and then, well, I can't say it's on the wire. That would be over exaggerating it. So he missed, not by some distance either. But I spoke to him later on. And he just said I really felt good about it. And then as soon as I let it go, I thought, no, that's just well up.
Yeah.
16.
You ask any dart player, and they know the microsecond the dart leaves the hand, whether it's going in or not.
or whether it's on the wire or not. Yeah, I've heard this, and not one that I can. Still need a treble there, Johnny. Are you on 191? Yeah, nothing. I can't relive that memory because that's not the way I play darts, unfortunately.
100.
171 then for Johnny. Yeah, maybe the 18's here. No, it stayed there.
43.
140 here, and suddenly from absolutely nowhere, Barry's back in this leg.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a dodgy shot, 128, because ironically, if you do hit the treble, sometimes it doesn't help, because then you've got to hit another treble.
Absolutely.
Double 10.
And he's done that. So does he stay there or go to the 14s? He stayed there. 66 should be treble 10. Might, yeah, I think he's going to treble 10.
88. Very good requirement, 138.
166, yeah. Oh.
Went the old school route for 138.
Johnny, you require 40.
Nick Shoney can't count there by saying 16 when he 66 when it was 56.
That's been short.
Good job, Johnny Tata can get it right.
Third leg is better than throw first.
Sorry, just save the good counting for when you're on stage.
Exactly that.
60.
I'm not going to deny there are a couple of times where you've called a number and you think, I'm sure they're on such and such. Oh, right, yeah, that's why he did that.
100.
I think Garin had a bit of a challenge this afternoon with the Mark Borelli and Jim Winmau game. He had the positives.
So did I.
Yeah. The positives of Jim Winmau in the 174s, which, for those of you that have followed what we call team ref around for a few years, you know that it's something that we have a bit of a challenge on. The person that calls the most 174s at Lakeside gets hailed the hero, or a number of other words from the rest of the crowd, but I can't really talk too much about that. But
get the bleep button ready.
Yeah, but then also he had the other side. I think I didn't actually see the game, but I hear that Mark went 60 and bull on 110, which is quite unusual. Now, I was going to say Johnny set this up earlier.
133.
He's not bad on them 19s, is he?
Oh, it's always a good fail-safe if your radar's off for treble 20. The cover shooting, it's such an important part of the game these days.
Yep.
Use of the ball as well, as you alluded to earlier. That's becoming more and more commonplace.
Yep. I was going to say Johnny's in, be careful here. 45 you do not want. 44 is better. Okay.
50.
Might not have gone that way. Bit of a risk if he doesn't hit the 25. You're playing the lottery then, really. But I'm not convinced 158 was the best that he'd either, to be fair. But
he could prove us
he
wrong.
Might go 57s here. Oh. Wow, 57-51.
43.
Barry's should be far more orthodox. Single and a treble to lead the bull. Should stay there for the 18s, I guess.
44. Johnny, you require 115.
Now this is where I think the 19s do come in. A 57 is really handy, but 96 is just as good. Ouch.
Despised that dart.
Did he ever?
Hated it.
25.
He
didn't like that one much more either.
You require 86.
Now he might only get one at the bull here, Barry. Or two at double 16.
No confidence.
Oof. 54.
This could be interesting. My feeling is here you have to go 20s here, because if you can hit the treble, you can have 2 at double 15. Yep, I think he's done the right thing here.
42. Barry, you require 30.
Right idea, but sadly lacking in execution.
Quite an important leg for Barry to take this one, I think. It needs to go in at 1-all and not 2-0 down, I think. Because Johnny would come out with the darts after the break. That's a good dart. Oh, yes, and he's giving it plenty there as well to the crowd. That was nice to see. I like that, like I say.
Forward leg is Johnny to throw first.
Johnny not taking an interest in any way, shape or form. Looking the other way, concentrating on his game.
100.
Yeah, he does strike me as an unflappable character, and that's probably why he's got such a good stage game. He's got that presence about him where he can just ignore all the distractions.
60.
Yeah, very true. You do wonder what goes through the minds of dart players when a dart player does give it plenty on the stage. You know, is there just crack on? Is he allowed to do that? Like what we think that Johnny is thinking, but there are other people who you could definitely think, well, hang on a second, you're not meant to be doing that.
They're thinking, I think, of shrugging their shoulders, but just without wanting to show it.
Yeah, good point.
He does have support of his compatriots here this evening. I'm sure I saw Nicole Renault and Victoria Monaghan at the walk-on area.
They are indeed. I think Wendy was there as well, Wendy Harper. This is one of the things I love about the Lakeside. So the Hungarians are over here in force. I mean, obviously, well, what a feat for them, mate. Five players, and they're represented in all 4 tournaments. Just a fantastic achievement for Hungarian darts, and they should be very proud of that, I think. But they come over to support each other, you know, when the men are playing, the ladies are playing, the boys and the girls will be playing at the weekend. So
140, Johnny Unicorn, 106.
We have the 14 for 16s. Oh, he's gone for the 6 for tops. And that's why he went for the 6 and tops.
Johnny Tata.
Yeah, the tops and 10s are working out really nicely for Johnny.
Rather than calling the 14s, you're right. Yeah, he's been playing those really well. Yeah, I think one of the things, you know, we've got Andras Borbely is going to play in the boys tournament, and then Christina Churai in the girls final as well. So, and of course, Veronica is still in. Unfortunately, the boys didn't. The men didn't fare quite so well, with Gabor and Patrick both losing out.
Yeah, there's a few nations where we've had strong contingents. I think particularly Sweden saw wins for all 3 of the Swedes. Anna Forsmark just came up short against Nicole last night.
I thought that was a good game, actually. I thought Nicole played really well. The composure she showed to come from a set behind to take it 2-1. A couple of 180s in there as well.
100.
Yeah, it was a match that sums up the old adage, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And Anna did start strongly, but faded away towards the end.
Yeah. Now he needs the 3rd one, having hit 2. And he's got the 3rd.
162.
Great darts from Johnny Tata. Now, having just done that, do you not stay treble 18, double 16 on this 140?
The old Rob Cross route.
Yeah, Rob Cross World Championship route, right, well, champion route, I should say. Is he looking there? Why do I need to? Wow, 302 in 6 coming in. Oh, he didn't.
Barry Unicorn, 82.
Should start on the bull.
Yeah, it feels like a must get to me. Oh, what a dart. Oh, Barry.
But when you hit the smallest target on the board and make it look so easy, and then you can't get double 16, massive frustration.
You've been saying about double 10 all night as well, Dan, so is this another one? It certainly is.
And it's now a massive deficit for Barry.
Yeah.
We are going to a break now. Just the DJ, I think, press play and then press pause.
Yeah.
But Barry Copeland has got a lot of work to do, and it's very interesting to see that he is staying on the stage, just throwing a few extra practice starts.
Did Gary Stone the world of good. Gary was able to, he stayed on when I called that game, and you could just feel he just wanted to get a flow of a few darts, finding the trebles.
Yep, Johnny Tata goes off for a little refreshment. He is 2 sets up, and he is on his way into the last 16.
This program is brought to you by Benji Marine Engine Repair and Trading, specialized in Wärtsilä engines with a 24-hour-a-day, high-quality, worldwide service. And by Hemeco Storage Systems, your one-stop storage system solution with over 100 years of experience. The 45th annual Winmau Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January 19th till the 21st. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Both men's and women's champions will win places at the 2024 WDF World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is from January the 26th till January the 28th. Come join the party in Bucharest. Register to play by Wednesday the 24th of January. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from February 1st till February 4th. Registration is open until January the 16th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to the Lakeside in December 2024. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 31st till June the 2nd. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in the most beautiful surroundings you'll find in Europe. The Swedish Open and Masters is held from August 16th till 18th. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best aerosmiths. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thank you to our tournament sponsors Winmau, A&G Travel Group, iDarts, Dart Connect, CT1 and Quiff.
Welcome back to Lakeside, where Barry Copeland is in a spot of bother against the clinical Johnny Tata. More than a spot of bother then.
I think it is. I think he is in a spot of bother, because it's not as though he's commanding legs, you know. If he were commanding legs and not just hitting the double, that feels as though you could turn that round. And he literally has stayed up throughout the break. If you've stayed with us, you'll have seen him just constantly thrown at the ball throughout the 5-6 minute break that we've just had. Johnny went off, got himself a refreshment, I'm sure. Maybe a trip to the little boys' room. Marco Meyer sauntered back, as though tomorrow will do.
Yeah. Yeah, it always takes 3 for a darts match, the players and a referee. And we finally got the referee. Very smartly attired. I believe you all had a little photograph on the stage before the session got underway tonight.
We did, with our nationality bow ties on. It was quite nice to do that. Planning on Saturday to get all the workers, including your good self, down onto the stage, get a group of all the guys that have put in some fantastic efforts to get Lakeside to where it is. So many unsung heroes, if you like, that just did those little jobs behind the scene that help things run smoothly. Give these guys the best. That's the aim, really, is to give these guys possibly the best possible experience we can. You know, if they lose because they've not got the ability, that's down to them. Unfortunately, that's the one thing we can't give them. But,
yeah, for a tournament like this to work, it takes an awful lot of people doing little things perfectly.
52.
It does, yeah. Marco there was chastising himself for taking a bit of time to score the 52. Seeing look and pull a little face. I think it's just nobody would recognise it except for the referees.
Even the referees are perfectionists.
Absolutely.
Well, I suppose you've got to be, really, haven't you?
The best compliment we can get is if you come off of the stage and they say, who is the referee, and you go, well, don't really know. Then, you know, good. That's the way we look at it.
140.
It's a real star-studded evening of darts we've got. Coming up next, we've got the brilliant Bo Greaves against Lorraine Hyde, who overcame Laura Turner in round 1.
But Barry just on that last row hit the 60, and it was almost a forlorn picture on his face there. Considering he threw first in this leg, albeit 67 after 12 is not shabby, is it?
100.
No, he started quickly once again, Johnny.
Should go 10 because he's been hitting that. Oh, there we go. Been playing 10s and 20s all night. Decided to change his MO and it went badly wrong.
Yeah, I almost wondered whether he may have fancied treble 9 first off to leave.
Yeah, that's
tops.
Fair. Especially with Barry on 191 as well.
130. Johnny Unicorn 32.
It's a lucky treble 6 last time. He was looking at the treble 13, but it would have made no difference.
Johnny Tata. Second leg is Barry the field first. Game on.
He really did. Johnny's looking really cool and comfortable in the background, isn't he?
Yeah, it looks like he's just going for a stroll along the beach.
Yeah.
Or around the lake.
Indeed. Haven't seen or heard of any darts going in the lake just yet.
60.
Many stories from across the years of disgruntled players walking off. I'm never playing again, and the darts hit the lake.
180.
Instead, Barry Copeland throws all 3 of his in the lipstick, and 2-2-1 after 6 darts. There have been real flashes of quality from him during this game, but it's been all too fleeting. There's been a lot more consistency from Johnny.
Yeah, agreed.
Even though the averages right now are pretty much neck and neck. A couple of points between them in Johnny's favour, 84 to 82.
But again, Dan, what you said right at the start of this, picking your moments and just executing at the points that are the most important points. Johnny did it against Sean McDonald, and he's done it in some cases in this game. He hasn't had to do it all the way through, but
97.
This should be a Barry Copeland leg. 180 here would have given Johnny a chance.
Would have given a chance for a 137, which we saw taken by Ricky Nauman earlier.
Yes, indeed. 88.
Finds 88.
Third leg is Johnny the
Saying about that 137, that was quite an extraordinary game in so much as, what do we have, 4 sets, 12, I think there were 14 legs, and I think it was 6 ton plus finishes, just extraordinarily high ratio of ton plus finishes, or maybe 5 and an 86 or something like that.
Yeah, there was 5 of them in total.
5, sorry, I said I couldn't count.
Yeah, Ricky Nauman didn't so much start like a train, he started like the bullet train from Japan. I don't think knew what he was being hit with.
Yeah, Gary Stone certainly didn't, but he certainly showed it after the break, didn't he?
81.
And he was a real beneficiary of the break, where he was able to stay on the stage, throw some practice starts, and he averaged close to a ton in that last set.
Right, yeah.
Barry Copeland hoping for the same.
16.
Almost looked at the board like a sulky teenager then, Barry Copeland, only getting 60. Johnny's just chipping away.
Again, under 200 with 9. Takes a bit more of a chew on his gum.
41.
I think that makes a dart player look even more cooler in the conditions.
You reckon?
Chewing the gum, yeah.
Needs to think about, well, I say needs to think about this one, as long as he doesn't
45.
do something really stupid. Barry's not really within striking distance, is he? That should have been, well, even this, 180 doesn't leave him a finish.
180. Johnny required 135.
Doesn't necessarily need to start on the ball with Barry not on finish, but he chooses to.
Should look at 18. Yeah, I'm going to say might
17.
look at the ball, because that first dart was opened up the ball area, I guess, but failed to hit it. But he should be coming back for, well, he will be coming back for 25 and tops.
97.
Unless he decides he's going to stick with his double 16s and go treble 11. Okay. Or maybe 17, 16, double 16. Yeah, that's probably the way I would have gone.
33.
Is that what you'd have done with a double?
Yeah. And Copeland in with a chance here of stealing a leg, which again, we've talked about a couple of legs here where somebody's coming out of the... But this is the opportunity. He needs to take this, I think.
Take it, he does.
That is a big win on the Tata throw, I think.
Forward leg is Barry to throw first. Game on.
Wins this leg. Well, we're back on throw, theoretically, if he can win this leg.
Could be a potential sliding doors moment in this game.
100.
Johnny still looks the more relaxed, though. Barry
81.
does have a tendency to look a bit agitated with some of the darts that he is throwing. And then he'll probably look at Johnny, see how cool he is, and it'll agitate him even more.
That's not going to help his mood, is
No.
it? That was pointing towards us.
Positively raging at that.
$140.
Johnny did arrive here on the back of a final appearance
100.
in his homeland.
He did, yes. I want to say the Ted Clements from...
And it was the Ted Clements losing out in the last leg decider to umpire Puha. So
100.
came here in really good form. Whereas there are others who have arrived in fairly indifferent form. And then those in between, kind of like Barry Copeland, really.
Yeah.
Whenever you have a darts tournament like this with seeds in the list of predictions, there's always the who's the seed in danger. And I think Barry Copeland was picked by some because he was always going to have a dangerous game if it was Johnny or if it was Sean McDonald.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I think the other one is later tonight. Our number 1 seed. I think everybody thinks that Andy is the deserved favourite, but I think his odds are maybe not as short. Stop there while Johnny plays this double 10. Would have taken him 1 leg away.
Millimetres away from an instant break back. Barry's only going to get 1 dart at tops. If he stays straight, he's not tempted to move.
Oh, maybe he should have.
I think it may have just caught the barrel or the flight.
Tata could be 1 leg away here, and he needs double 5 to be that 1 leg away.
That's been short in the forward.
Yeah.
Johnny Tata.
I'm saying I think that the odds for Barton's, in my opinion, would have been slightly lower had he not have got Bieleczki. I think he's got a poor win ratio against Bieleczki as well.
Bieleczki's won every game against Barton.
I thought it was. I heard someone saying it earlier. I must admit, I'm not the greatest at the stat side of things, but 1 or 2 people were saying to me that Bieleczki's got, and a couple of them said, and Andy knows that, and that can sometimes be a bit of an upsetting. But he's had a fantastic season, Andy Barton's, and deserved favourite. Well, look, he's the number 1 seed, which I'd say in the obvious, I guess, but went down to Australia and won the Australian Open. But it's not. I'll take all your lines from that game.
81.
Treble here puts Barry in command, I would suggest, in this leg. Oh, that's a big shot.
Because back-to-back 81s means whatever Johnny does here, even if it is a max, it's not going to be a finish. It's not going to be a max anyway.
Little one of Marco Meyer's pet hates is players leaving themselves on 339, 342, 343, 345, 347. Sorry, no, not 347. Of course, 348. And not being able to leave themselves a finish from there.
100. Barry, you require 121.
And he's not afraid to tell the players, obviously not while we're playing, but oh, this is different. This could be really funny. Oh, well, really?
To win the set.
Oh,
Barry's on the ball. 1-2-1.
Very good.
Round of applause from Johnny Tata there as well. Gave him a hug. That's great to see. Great to see. When you see the stats and there was a 16-11 and a bull, you think, okay, he did 1-2-1, but not 11-16.
Yeah.
Fourth set, first leg is Barry through first. Game on.
Wow.
I think inside, Barry will be thinking, wow,
yes.
I got lucky there.
Yeah. Yep. I think
140.
I think the words are happy accident is what I hear amongst the commentators sometimes. There was a happy accident going for the ball and hitting 18 or a 10 or something like that, and that was a really happy accident. That one
was an ecstatic accident.
Yeah.
Brings Barry back into the game. He's looking to avoid becoming the latest seeded casualty. In the 4 games we had this afternoon, only Gary Stone got through.
Of course. Yes, I hadn't really thought of that side of things. Yeah.
I mean, obviously being a seed gives you the advantage of entering in round 2. There's a bigger prize pot for being there. But for me, there's always the argument that Johnny's had that match practice under his belt already, whereas Barry's coming in a little bit cold.
It was always a question about that in the World Masters. And the World Masters was that if I may be getting this wrong, but it was the top 8 or the top 16 seeds came in at the last 32. When players had played a 1-8 and a 64, and they've, I've won 2 games here. Bring it on. I don't mind who I played, and I'm going in there as a seed cold. And yeah, there always used to be, I would say, half the seeds, half of those top 16 would get beat. And invariably, on paper, they were the favourite. But I think that hadn't gained the experience of winning a couple of games. It's always a catch-22 on the tour because I'd go to tournaments like Sweden or Romania and these sorts of places. Just pause while Barry goes for the 42, perhaps. 20 for tops.
94.
Johnny Tata's is a nice, I'm going to use the word simple, single treble double, but still a chance. That was a little bit awkward. Oh, what a good dart. He's had to move over because I think that second dart has just stood up a little bit.
18.
So close to a brilliant response. A brilliant break of throw, but Harry's back on tops. It was a great guide and he used it to perfection.
It's the same when you go around to the tournaments, in Sweden or wherever it is you go to, Sweden, Romania, the Dutch Open. Those players at the top of the game, they like to have a couple of games. It's always a catch-22 because, yes, they want to have those games, but they want to play Nick Rolls. They don't want that dangerous floater in the draw, you know. So great to see the draw and say, okay, yeah, that's someone that 99 times out of 100 I'm going to beat. But of course, the other thing of going to Sweden or Romania from the UK is a number of players only play in the Swedish Open. They're Swedish players that go to the Swedish Open. And there are some good players in Sweden that do not do the tour, or Romania, or I'm sure that happens in Australia with it being such a wide area. And you've always got the danger of that one person that is good enough, but do you know what? I'll just play darts for fun. Even though I'm that good, I could probably... Rhiannon O'Sullivan was a really good example for a number of years in the BDO and the WDF. She made a couple of... That's his second 171 to leave 170 as well. Rhiannon was brilliant at only going to the Welsh Open and practically being favourite there, even though she didn't do another.
134.
Two great setups there.
117.
Two players who've left the big fish. Johnny can't reel it in.
98.
Takes a big bite out of it.
Wow, that's a lovely dart, isn't it? Oh, must be.
Bullseye for Barry. Oh, so close to brilliance.
Happy accident.
72.
Fell in the 14. Single foot, double top.
32. Very unique 36.
Is the pressure just beginning to tell on Johnny?
No score.
I think the pressure told on Barry a little bit.
Yeah.
Johnny unique 14.
Thinking with his previous attempt at 40. Yeah, he hasn't been that far away from his doubles in the previous sets. This looks edgy.
20.
A little bit more time taken on the throw as well, but trying to be maybe a bit too precise.
Perhaps so. The tricky switch. The way he starts to lean over. Yeah, it looks horrible, did that second dart.
Johnny unique 20.
Obscured so much of the bed.
Yeah, this came short in the second.
Johnny Tata is back on level terms in this fourth set.
Third leg is Beety
No emotion.
First. Came on.
Just went up and picked his dart out. I don't think that would have been the same had that been Barry Copeland.
Yeah, the closest Johnny Tata has come to emotion is when he's thrown a bad visit. He's not scowled, he's just gone up and laughed.
Yeah, yeah. Oof.
There we go.
There we go. It's a psychic in here. Crikey, that was quite impressive, Dan. Did you do that as a sideshow? Or?
Whatever I can earn money in.
58.
Must admit, you guys watching the stream are listening to two gentlemen that had hearty meals in the break, didn't we?
Yeah.
We'll apologise if there's an element of snoring later on. It'll be the food that lays in and makes you want that little kip.
But
hopefully the darts.
To be fair, though, yeah. I don't foresee any snoring. No. I mean, watching Bo Greaves is an absolute treat in of itself.
Yep.
And then Barton's Białowski.
Yep.
And to be honest, James Hurl, Dennis Nilson looks like a good game as well, because James Hurl, a former #1 rated player in this WDF system, but Dennis Nilson has got a very good game in him. So off Jordan Brooks in round 1.
Yeah, difficult game, although Jordan didn't play very well. The rhythm was taken out of the game as well, and for Dennis to be able to concentrate on what he had to do was, you know, that showed a different side of a person's game as well. It's a good shout on that one, because it's, you know, we sit around in between the breaks and sort of think who's going to win and have a chat between ourselves, and it was very split room, wasn't it, with the Hurl and the Hurl game.
Just for reference, I don't do predictions. I sit firmly on the fence.
No, that is true.
114. Very good requires 62.
2 darts at double 16.
I'll say if he hits this. I was going to say he's beginning to hold his throw fairly comfortably over the last sort of set and a half or so. And then attacking. This will be the timing that we've talked about. This will be the timing.
120. Very good requires 16.
Works his way inside. Barry Copeland, one leg away from levelling the game in sets.
Game on. $114.
This has been by quite some distance the closest match we've had so far today. In the only other game where both players took a set was the Gareth Stone-Ricky Nauman clash. Yeah. Ricky Nauman just ran out of gas far too early.
Yes, that game literally switched around. It was a flip of literally flipped over, says get your words out, Nick. But Nauman at one set up, albeit he'd taken out 3 decent finishes, but he was still the better player in that first set. And I think to the second set, even though it went 1-1, that second set was Gareth Stone scraped or sort of crawled across the line. But come the second half, Gareth played very nicely. Copeland's got the advantage again here. 1-2-1. He knows how to go. He's got to be 11-60 and ball. None of this 60-11 ball. He's got to go.
I don't believe it. Treble 20. Oh, lightning couldn't strike twice.
That would. I think I would have get off and walked away if that had happened. That would have been insane.
I think we'd have maybe just seen a handshake from Johnny Tata.
Yeah.
You know what? Round 3's yours, pal.
Yeah.
95. Very good requires 72.
Massive leg, and it's literally 6 and 2 threes for me here. Another 16 for Tots of Copeland.
32.
Sitting on the top wire.
46.
Lots of options on 46. He's preferring the 14s now.
He's hitting tops and 10s earlier. I think it was 10s, wasn't it, that he was hitting? Yeah, he's hit tops a couple of times as well. Chosen to go the 16s route, and has he gone out that way at all?
Yeah, just keeps short in the 4th set. Barry Copeland.
Barry Copeland levels the game up after being 2 sets down.
Game on.
Johnny's got to refocus here, hasn't he? I think Barry won that set fairly convincingly. It was a 3-1 win in the set.
134.
That should calm the nerves. He's been good on treble 19, to be fair. That was a couple of 171s earlier. Both times to leave 170.
82.
Yeah, he's not got as much of a fondness for it as Paula Murphy, who decides to start all legs there. Horses for courses.
Absolutely.
Do what you're comfortable doing.
My good lady is a dart player who always used to favour the 19s. She's still a very, very handy, in my opinion, of course, 19s player.
41.
That's a slip up.
It is.
Probably needed 2 trebles to really pile the pressure on.
Good thinking from Johnny. Very good thinking. We will get the 127 in game. And if we do, will Marco call it that
16.
way?
A real darting beam, that.
Oh, my word, yeah. We might. Well, he doesn't need to go for this. No, he's not. He's going to set up.
95.
Sensible play, and it's an interesting change of tactic mid-game because he did look so good on, not necessarily tops, but he knows if he misses inside, he was cleaning up on double 10.
16.
Yeah.
The double 16 is favoured by an awful lot of darts players these days. There's an example why.
To be fair, it is the double to leave, isn't it? Because you're never, well, theoretically, if you keep straight and go inside, you're always going to have it. You're going to go double to double to double. Whereas you go to, and you are on 20s, 10s, and 5s, but you've always got the risk of leaving 5, where you're just going to go 16s, 8s, 4s, 2s, 1s. Yeah,
and the fact that 16s and 8s are next door to each other, you don't have a big adjustment you've got to make.
Yeah.
140.
Good leg.
I think Barry just dropped his dart while retrieving it.
Always as apologetic when Barry does that as well. I know we didn't see it on there, but you saw Johnny speak, and that would have been why he was saying no problem when Barry dropped his dart. But a great atmosphere between the players out in the back room, in the players' room. When they cross the line and the referee calls game on, of course they want to knock 7 bells out of each other, but in the players' room they're having a good conversation, none better than Thomas Younghans and David Pallett last night, which was just a very special moment, to be fair.
16.
Yeah, a very special day in the life of David Pallett. The darts completely overshadowed by the birth of his daughter. So we wish him all the very best.
Yep. Good luck to him and Bobby. Hope you've named the baby by now. They hadn't come up with a name. They were expecting a boy and it was a girl.
If it was a boy, they could have called him Thomas.
They could have.
105. Barry, you require 120.
Again, like that dart from Johnny to go under the 100. If he gets the chance, that is. This is for a hold for Copeland.
Oh. 112.
Can't quite climb the ladder.
You require 96.
Double-double?
Thinking about it.
I think it would be the better option. Maybe I'm a bit old school. I'm not a big fan of this double-double because you can go outside. But, yeah, on that occasion, 56. I think there was a good reason because it was clearly 20. Disturbed, if that's the right word, by the lay of that dart. This is awkward. Brilliant. I always think that when guys hit double 5, 7, double 9, second dart, that's a real bottle dart because you know you can't go inside.
Yeah, you tend to see players favouring a more safer floated dart, if you like, that they can try and use as a guide.
Yeah, yeah. Look at this. 2 sets all, 1 leg all.
55.
If you turn to the right, we've just been passed by a couple of Christmas trees.
Yeah.
Interesting. You can see one of the third Christmas tree is just in the forefront of the picture there.
We could hear jingling, and I was wondering if it was coming from the stage, but no, it was coming from the...
Jingling from our crowd.
Now then, is Johnny Tata going to take out 350 in 6? And make no mistake, that is one of the biggest collector's items in this sport.
117.
Not to be. Yeah. But if he leads, I was going to say, if he leads 36, mind you, he's well in control of this leg. Here's his darts.
It's his first maximum since the very first visit.
Yes, opened up the match with a 180, didn't he?
100. Johnny requires 74.
He's got plenty of time here.
20 for tops.
34.
Won't be too concerned. I think he would have liked to put it away to say, there you go, Barry, left you on 186, but you'll need to hit it next time, I'd suggest. He definitely will now.
40. Johnny require 40.
Barry's perched on his shoulder.
That should be a good marker.
Yeah, just came short of the
Just about flicked off the flight, I think.
Forward leg, it's Beety to throw first.
Well, the word you just mentioned, I'd say that's a bottle dart as well. When you know you've only got one in hand.
That's very true.
60.
He's done well, Johnny, this set, because I thought personally the fourth set Barry won relatively comfortably. So for Johnny to come out and regroup, refocus, call it what you like, and
41.
Be one leg away now. Whatever happens, there's only 2 legs left in this game. The last set could be determined by 45. The fact that it was Johnny Tata that won the bull-up prior to the start of the match in the players' back room.
121.
To take a bit of an advantage here, I'd suggest Barry needs a treble. Needs to get over the top of those 2.
60.
Hasn't happened for him, and Johnny's stolen the darts.
$100.
Great last dart. I mentioned a bad ton earlier. That's a great ton. The last one in hand.
Yes. Yeah, very true. Very true.
100.
Oh, what a dart that is.
77.
That was an awful one as well, wasn't it? To then retrieve and find the treble 19 as smoothly as he did. He hasn't left a finish, but
140.
flights all over the... Look how far this one's come. This one's halfway down to Frimley Green.
It's almost by our commentary position.
It is, yeah. Barry waved and came over and said hello. He was picking up. So he was waving to, I think. Oh, that's a fortunate deflection.
60.
That's right, he could have used the ball with the last dart.
Yes.
96.
Yes. He's been good at that, to be fair. At that time, yeah, I don't disagree. Get it under the 100. Give yourself a 2-darter. Great dart. Oh, no. No. That is the worst possible outcome there for
102.
Barry's got to go back to 96. Do we stay there?
No, he doesn't.
Why bother?
He's going to get a match dart at top. And he takes the match dart for the second game in a row. Johnny Tata with a ton-plus finish to get the victory. He took a 2-set advantage. Barry Copeland reeled him in. He showed some real moments of class. The 1-2-1 checkout on the bull. But in truth, Johnny Tata just looked that little bit more composed throughout. He is into round 3, the last 16 of the tournament, where he faces the American Jim Widmeyer, a part of the draw where it has opened up. It's debut disappointment for Barry Copeland, but Johnny Tata says ta-ta to Barry. He rolls on to round 3.
This program is brought to you by Benji Marine Engine Repair and Trading, specialized in Wärtsilä engines with a 24-hour-a-day, high-quality, worldwide service. And by Hemeco Storage Systems, your one-stop storage system solution with over 100 years of experience. The 45th annual Winmau Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January 19th till the 21st. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Both men's and women's champions will win places at the 2024 WDF World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is from January the 26th till January the 28th. Come join the party in Bucharest. Register to play by Wednesday the 24th of January. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from February 1st till February 4th. Registration is open until January the 16th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to the Lakeside in December 2024. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 31st till June the 2nd. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in the most beautiful surroundings you'll find in Europe. The Swedish Open and Masters is held from August 16th till 18th. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best aerosmiths. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thank you to our tournament sponsors Winmau, A&G Travel Group, iDarts, Dart Connect, CT1 and Quiff.
We now turn our attention back to the ladies' competition here at the 2023 CT1 WDF Lakeside World Championship. And we welcome back to the stage last year's Winmau World Masters quarter-finalist, the former British Classic and Italian Open champion from Scotland, Lorraine Hyde. Her opponent is the winner of 20 Women's Series titles, the reigning Winmau World Masters champion, the reigning Lakeside World champion from England, Greaves.
She is back, the defending Lakeside Women's World Champion, Greaves. Could we be about to witness some more of her utter brilliance on the oche? It's almost pointless listing everything she's won because the game would be finished by the time we ended. Greaves has been there, seen it, won it all on this circuit. Her biggest moment of triumph came last year in defeating Kirsty Hutchinson in straight sets to win the contest. Lorraine Hyde is looking to cause the mother of all upsets. She is capable. She's a very good player on a day, and against Laura Turner, she may have started slowly, but there was incremental improvement, and she ended up defeating Turner in what was a really good contest. But, Nick Rolls, I suspect for an upset to happen, we've got to see a combination of two things. Lorraine playing the game of her life, and Bo being off it.
Yes, I mean, first of all, a real, I don't know, this is I love these things where the winners, the champions come out to play their first game. They're in a different world from where they were last year. I don't disagree with you. I think Lorraine's got to play exceptionally well. The one thing I'd say that's if you go back a year, Bo's first game at Lakeside last year, she came off, I refereed that game and she was as nervous as hell, you know, so she then came through that because they'd played on the stage once. Well, there you go. Thank you and good night. That's the answer to that question, Nick. 99. That was the crumb that I had with Lorraine for her success. You are absolutely right, though. Lorraine has played exceptionally well, and especially in the ladies series as well. She had some outstanding performances.
It's the fifth meeting that they've had. Mm-hmm. Three of them have come in the women's series. Another one was in the Welsh Classic, and probably won't surprise you to hear that Bo has won all four of those meetings. Averages recorded of 85, 84 and 77. But some of the numbers she can produce are quite frankly mind-boggling.
Yep.
And we really saw pretty much the best of her at the Grand Slam recently. Yes, she didn't get out of the group, but in her last group game against Damon Heta, she forced the Australian, who's now in the world number 10 in the PDC system, to take out a 164 to get the initiative in that last group game. All of this has been achieved as well before she's even turned 20.
20 in January is Bo. You're absolutely right. And the meteoric rise that she's had. Love the fact that she's got the star on the side of her shirt now as well, the 1 star. And it was, she had a decision to make. Of course, we at the WDF are so happy that she took the decision to come and defend.
100.
And we wish all the players good luck. And of course, she is the woman to beat, the £25,000 prize at the end of the rainbow
100.
for the winning lady. But Bo's was more about, when I spoke to her a couple of months ago when she made the decision, or a month and a half ago when she made the decision to play at Lakeside, it was about being that multiple world champion to match the, like when I say match, obviously it might be a few years before she could match Trina Gulliver, but Trina Gulliver, Lisa Ashton, Anastasia Dobromislova.
You said she might have been nervous last year. She's looking nerveless tonight.
Yes, yes. Ominous start, isn't it?
The fact that even these awkward doubles like double 11 makes look so easy.
99.
Best performances recently in the World Cup when we were over in Denmark, and somehow, very strange, Bo lost one of her darts before she went up to play. I think it was the pairs final, it may have been the singles final, whichever it was. And she borrowed one of the other England players' darts, and her first 3 were a 180. So
Of course they were.
I'll just pick up a bag of nails and just chuck them at the board.
She could take her flights off and probably still hit a ton.
43.
We know that ladies' darts in the last few years has been completely transformed.
38.
And I think a large part of that does come down to Fallon Sherrock, but Bo could take it on to another level entirely.
It's an interesting draw, I think, in the ladies, and perhaps with no disrespect to Lorraine, because as we said, Lorraine is what, look, she's hit 2 140s in this leg, 178 after 9 in another game. She'd be well in front.
89.
But she's now, even if she hits a third 140 in this leg, she's relying on Bo not hitting 75. But I think the draw in the ladies,
81.
with Lisa Ashton in the other half, Eileen de Graaf in the other half, double 12, double 6.
63.
Chance then for Lorraine.
97.
Yeah, it'd be a break of throw as well, because Lorraine did win the ball in the back room.
76.
$29. Bowling required 12.
I think we've seen in that last Lorraine throw
Game shot the second low.
that not only has she got to hit the out shot, but she's also under big pressure to hit that, and that just adds that extra edge to the. You're less of a favourite to hit it than you would normally be, because my God, I've got a chance here and I need to take it.
180.
To be fair, we did say she could play.
Oh, she's a very, very good player. She's averaged. She's had recorded averages in the 90s before.
Very true.
Not many ladies players can say that.
I was saying about the draw, and then in the opposite half is there are others, of course, but Dita and Rhiannon O'Sullivan are in. Good grief, can't get my words out. Are in Bo's half. So the last 4 could be very interesting, with no disrespect to the other players.
180.
A first 180 for Bo.
Yeah, a little reserved smile stroke smirk on her face after it as well. I mean, she's just incredibly laid back in how she approaches darts. If she was any more laid back, we'd probably need to build a hammock on stage for it.
Very true. Lorraine, bit of a miscount. Well, she didn't miscount. She went for the wrong numbers. 19 in the last dart. She could have very well have been on a double now. She'd have left gone the correct way with the previous throw. Another cracking leg of darts here for a 13 darter for Lorraine. Yeah, deserved that, I think.
Yeah, they were her first darts at a double, and if you can take 1 out of 3, you're on to a bit of a winner. She's staying in this game.
She was.
139.
Bowie's the kind of player who can turn it on like a tap. The power scoring is remarkable when she's on it.
Yeah.
100.
She hasn't been too happy with the way some of her darts have laid in the board. She uses these very long points, and sometimes it can wobble slightly.
58.
The averages were 94, 94, I beg your pardon, 94, 81. Right, not playing badly at all.
Yeah, Lorraine had to face a bit of a barrage of scoring power from Laura Turner in the early part of the game. But the important thing is she stuck in,
Yeah, she
managed to scrap, and then she showcased some of her best stuff towards the end.
100.
She got a message of congratulations from Michael Smith, so I heard on the night.
Who did?
Lorraine did, yeah.
Oh.
She's apparently they've known each other a long time.
Okay.
Youth systems.
Mm-hmm.
She was saying as well that it took 12.5 hours for her to drive here. She comes from up in Aberdeen.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think the guys that came, it's been a bit of a Scotland theme today, dare I say. Oh, double 4.
96. Lorraine requiring 142.
A few of the fans that came down to watch Mark Borelli and Gary Stone said they'd set out at 9:30 last night and arrived at 8:30 this morning. Such was the traffic and dedication.
60. Bowman requiring 8.
Upon dedication.
Wouldn't like to be the designated driver there.
James shot the first set. Bowman.
Designated Bow, the first set. Wins it on double 4.
Second set first
Averaging a
set.
cool 93.
Game on.
It felt quite contained as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, you still feel there's more for her to give.
100.
And if she does bring her A-star game, both players could be off stage in a matter of minutes. We shouldn't discount Lorraine.
No, that's it. It's hard, isn't it? Because it makes it sound, and I don't mean this in a funny way, it makes it sound as we're very pro-Bow. I think it's just the fact that she is that
60.
step above, and it does. I think all the ladies accept the fact that they are going to have to play the games of their lives to match her. Lorraine Winstanley has played really, really well against Bow in previous tournaments as well. So there are people out there that can give a game, and again, Lorraine was one. But you said it right at the start, Dan, that they're going to need to have a combination of them playing really well and Bow being just that few % off of her A game.
Well, you look at the Dutch Open this year. Ali de Graaf beat Bow in the final.
Yeah.
It's the first big final in the WDF that Bow's lost, so she is fallible.
Mayuchi took her all the way in the semi-final of the World Masters as well. It was a little bit.
140.
You saw Mayumi a couple of days ago. She's not the quickest player, and you can't get into a rhythm when you play against her. And I think that disturbed Bow to a little bit, not being able to play to that rhythm. It's an awkward lay.
87. Bow requiring 120. 60.
Have a mention for our fantastic referee, Charlie Corstefine. Going places in the world of refereeing. Down for treble 19 and a 177 to lead 36 would have been very handy. Still a good visit.
But more importantly, the man who's sorting out our tea in between sessions. Good on you, Charlie, lad.
He is.
Game shot the first set.
Yes, we sampled the Frimley Green Indian, the pizza, and the kebab in 3 days.
Yeah, we're ticking off the list.
Yeah.
If there's any cuisines that we've missed out, make sure you get in touch.
Yeah.
$60.
Interesting throw Lorraine's got as well, holding the dart up as high as she does. It's almost like a very casual drawback before releasing.
Yeah, it's like she lobs them into the board almost. She's quite a diminutive figure, so
yeah.
she's probably forced into throwing like that.
Yeah, she's thrown uphill all the time,
yeah.
Right? Even at the treble 19. Sorry, Lorraine.
I think of Darren Webster as someone who has to really kind of vault the darts.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of chuntering away to herself, Bo, this game. Staying down.
58.
Lorraine's got a chance in this leg. She's in front plus these, and that's a good start to the plus these.
100.
These are the sorts of places that you think, oh, I've got this leg, and whack.
That's a mere tap rather than a whack.
Yes, true. But it still keeps the pressure on, and Lorraine will know, I've got to hit a treble, I've got to hit a treble. Whereas if it's not Bo she's playing, it's maybe I can get away with a 60. You know, that just that slight difference of mindset, and this might be why. Might be on that 127 again.
100. Lorraine require 136.
2 trebles and a double 8. Not going to happen now. I'm liking Lorraine's shirt. Nice. Colourful. What's that font that's got, what's her name? The font for her name on the front there. Still a chance. Not now.
59. Lorraine recline 96.
Good look. I think she's looking up to the doubles here. Oh. Maybe it's just the fact that she was looking up.
88.
Like that.
Bowden requires 68.
Double 4.
What she won the first set on. That's what she's won possibly the penultimate leg on.
Third leg is Bowden to throw first. Game on.
I say possibly.
She's barely got out of second gear and she's still averaging 88.
Yeah.
60.
I think she'll see this as a, okay, I've had a game now. Little bits of the distance from the trebles won't have pleased her in some visits, being ultra critical here. And again, I stress this from the guy that can't find the 20, let alone the treble 20. But
I think every dart player will tell you the first game in a tournament, just win it, and then you can focus on
you're in the
performance.
tournament. Yeah, I don't disagree.
It's the American Paula Murphy who awaits the winner.
Okay.
And if it is Bo she faces, it's a combined age of 86. Yet Bo's only 19. A real battle of the generations.
Yeah.
100.
What a game that'll be for Paula, just to experience playing the women's world champion.
I'm not sure she'll see it like that, just at this moment, maybe.
I think there'll be a big sort of cartoonish gulp at the prospect of facing Bo.
Yeah.
That's an example of the slightly wobbly dart in the treble, but she's not switching.
100.
She'll come down here, Lorraine. That looks though she's looking up, though. She's not been out of legs, has she? I think it's been the odd, maybe a couple where she's not been looking as though she's in it. Although, having said that, can we strike those last comments from the commentary?
That's what you call a whack.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
41. Bo requires 12.
For a place
Game, shot.
in the next round.
Bo Greaves.
More brilliance from Bo. She blitzes Lorraine to reach the quarterfinals of the Women's World Championship. And the frightening thing is, that was probably a B/C game. Lorraine Hyde gave it her all. She did play really well. She took her leg off Bo, but unfortunately, they were her only darts at double. Bo always looked in command of that. She is the one to beat in this World Championship. It's over to you, the rest of the women's field. A fabulous win for Bo Greaves. Her and Lorraine exit the stage. Coming up next, we have got another #1 player in Andy Barton's, the hot favourite for the men's tournament. He plays young Polish hotshot Sebastian Białecki.
This program is brought to you by Beety Marine Engine Repair and Trading, specialized in Wärtsilä engines with a This program is brought to you by Beety Marine Engine Repair and Trading, specialized in Wärtsilä engines with a 24-hour-a-day, high-quality, worldwide service. And by Hemeco Storage Systems, your one-stop storage system solution with over 100 years of experience. The 45th annual Winmau Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January 19th till the 21st. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Both men's and women's champions will win places at the 2024 WDF World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is from January the 26th till January the 28th. Come join the party in Bucharest. Register to play by Wednesday the 24th of January. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from February 1st till February 4th. Registration is open until January the 16th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to the Lakeside in December 2024. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 31st till June the 2nd. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in the most beautiful surroundings you'll find in Europe. The Swedish Open and Masters is held from August 16th till 18th, a popular tournament for many of Europe's best aerosmiths. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thank you to our tournament sponsors Winmau, A&G Travel Group, iDarts, Dart Connect, CT1 and Quiff.
We now return to the second round of the men's competition here at the 2023 CT1 WDF Lakeside World Championship, and we welcome back to the stage a man enjoying his Lakeside World Championship debut. Once a winner on the Challenge Tour, he is a former Denmark Open champion from Poland, the Bolt, Sebastian Białecki. His opponent is a former Lakeside World Championship quarter-finalist, four-time and reigning Czech Open champion. He's the reigning Australian Darts Open champion. From Belgium, the beast from the east, Andy Barton.
The beast from the east has entered the building. Andy Bartons arrives to Lakeside as the #1 seed, and for very good reason as well. He has been utterly dominant in the WDF this year. The Australian Darts Open winner, Czech Open, Croatian Open, Bruges Open, Denmark Open, Denmark Masters. I won't bother rattling through the rest because we'll be here all evening. He is a truly superb player who is really making his mark in the world of darts. He arrived into this tournament as the bookies' favourite, and he is looking to live up to that name. However, he has been handed a slightly banana skin-esque draw in the form of Sebastian Białecki, who was the first winner in this year's championship, overcoming a very below par Scott Marsh. He's a player who, for his tender years, has got plenty of big stage experience. Hasn't played too much in the WDF, Denmark Open winner, and that's what secured his qualification to this tournament. And there is another caveat to this game. There have been two meetings between Białecki and Bartons. Białecki has won both of them, one of them being en route to that Denmark Open title. There's been a bit of a switch around in the comms box once again. I'm delighted to welcome back Andrew Sinclair inside the WDF podcaster. This should be arguably the game of the tournament so far, if we look at the profiles of the players and what they've achieved in their careers thus far.
Absolutely. I mean, Sebastian took to the stage fantastically well on Saturday afternoon. A lot of players struggled with how cold it was outside, the adjustment, and, you know, the nerves of the opening day of the World Championships. But Sebastian looked like a consummate pro up there, dispatched Scott Marsh very easily. And yeah, I mean, all eyes are on Andy. He's been absolutely phenomenal this year, unstoppable at times. You know, the way the WDF Tour works, tour weekends, one tournament Saturday, one tournament Sunday. It's rare that you see players other than Bo Greaves do title doubles, but Andy's done a number of them this year. 83. Denmark, Croatia, his native Belgium. He's just reached a level of performance and consistency that we've never seen from him before, and most people haven't been able to live with. But he's got to deliver tonight against a very tough opponent.
Well, I make it. He's unbeaten in his last 15 recorded games. Not since Raymond Smith beat him in the World Cup has he been on the right-hand column, so to speak. And he's looking to win this first leg in 15 darts. It's not going to go, but it's already a big ask for Białecki.
Sebastian, you require 164.
but he could have a big response.
139.
Wires the bullseye for a fabulous 164. Would have been the biggest checkout of the tournament.
4.
Bit of early faffing.
Sebastian, you require 25.
Yeah, you would have expected him to take that, but now Sebastian, after wiring that ball before, will have 2 8s. Needs just the one.
In the first leg, Sebastian Bielewski.
Bit of pressure early on from the beast for the East.
Second
Not quite
leg,
sure why it's from the
Sebastian
East.
to throw first.
Belgium's
Game
still
on.
in Western Europe, but
I think he's probably from Eastern Belgium, I'm guessing.
well, yeah, could be, but he's certainly been a bit of a beast on the board this year with the scores, the averages. I think it was when he won the Denmark Open
99.
earlier this year, Andy himself. His 7 matches during the day, I think his running average for the tournament was something like 97.8, which, you know, you think about that over the course of 7 matches, it's similar to what you'd see on the Pro Tour. If someone wins a Pro Tour with a running average of 97.8, you're thinking, well, they've had a really good day, and that's really what, you know, the big Belgian's been doing all year.
135.
And, you know, we're expecting more of the same here. That's why he's the bookies' favourite. But he's in a brutal section of the draw. I mean, we saw Gary Stone earlier
60.
on. Slow start from him. Some great finishing from Ricky Nauman. But, I mean, Gary played very well earlier. And, you know, whoever wins this, it's going to be another tough game at the top of the draw.
Absolutely. I was about to make the point that if he does prevail here, he faces Gary Stone, who, you mentioned, started slowly against Ricky Nauman, but particularly after the break, he averaged nearly a ton in the last set, so he'd have to take him out. Then would come what you'd call a supposedly easier tie against either Johnny Tata or Jim Widmeyer, but the real pressure would be on Barton's. And then if he does get to the semi-final, who could he have in his way? Wesley Pleisier, perhaps? James Hurl, James Richardson, who's playing very well in this tournament. It's going to be a hard route. You'd say that the top half of the draw is a bit more stacked than the bottom half.
140. Sebastian,
Yeah, certainly true. We've obviously got the 2 big Americans in the bottom half of the draw. Gates, Danny Lauber, yet to see. And, of course, the young Dutchman so impressive yesterday. I won't call him Battenberg. Jarno Bottenberg. Very impressive.
The cake, as we'll call him.
I did actually treat myself to some Battenberg earlier. It was very nice.
Will Andy treat himself to 1-2-1? And he does get the bullseye.
Andy Barton.
Only needs one go at it.
Third leg, Andy to throw
And
first.
immediately breaks the throwback.
You mentioned a little earlier his last recorded loss being that game with Raymond Smith at the World Cup. I actually was there for that game, watched it, and a really dramatic encounter, actually. Raymond was 3-1 up, had a big finish. I think it was 1-1-2 or 1-1-6, and he actually bust it. Raymond took out the wrong number. He miscounted in his own head, took out the wrong number. Andy then won that leg, made it 3-all, and Andy missed a clutch of match darts to actually nick it 4-3. And then Raymond won in the side-in leg. Really high standard from the pair of them. You know, high 80s, low 90s averages, but a dramatic game. And yeah, I know Andy was frustrated with how he'd played in that World Cup. You know, not being able to pick up any medals with Belgium. Obviously, eyes were on him then, but yeah, responded with 2 titles in Belgium in October. Final wins over young Brandon Weaning from Australia and Christian de Boer, Dutch international. And then, yeah, won the Czech Open for the 4th time with a fairly convincing final win over Andreas Harrison of Sweden.
Yeah, you mentioned Raymond Smith. He was due to be here, but had to pull out due to ill health. And I think we all wish him the very best because he's very, very good value on the dartboard.
60.
Would have been a real contender, I feel.
Sebastian, you require 167.
Another potential big bull combo outshot. Andy shook his head. Bielewski can't press the button, but he's really threatening those. But Andy's threatening 145.
105. Sebastian, you require 35. Game shot and a third leg.
Has the real feel of a big, big game, this.
Fourth leg, Sebastian.
And as such, being played in a quality fashion. Both players averaging 91.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, it was one of those you thought this could go all 5 sets and be 5 sets of really good quality darts. Already seen one game this evening go all the way. Barry Copeland, the daddy from Northern Ireland, World Masters runner-up last year, but out after coming up a little bit short in the end to that man from New Zealand who keeps finding ways to win, Johnny Tata. Very impressive stuff from him so far. Although I think we can probably help him a little bit with the nickname. I think JT leaves a little bit to be desired.
Yeah.
137.
You got any in mind?
Not sure yet. I'm waiting for him to tell me a fun fact or something that we can work
120.
with. And of course we have TJ from Switzerland, Thomas Junghans. Maybe that's why I'm slightly more bothered by it. The both of them using their initials and they're the reverse of each other.
96. $118.
One thing you will see from Andy that occasionally does let him down, we know he's a phenomenally talented dart player, but some of the board management and counting decisions leave a lot to be desired. That was a strange one, which he's got away with because he hit the treble.
Yeah, and he actually took a moment in that last visit to check the big Dart Connect TV scoreboard on the screen. If you guys are wondering, you know, we don't have markers, written markers on the stage. There's a big Dart Connect TV screen that the players use. And he checked that to work out where he was, and yeah.
58.
Some curious counting, but it usually works for him because he usually finds the trebles and doubles that he wants.
Andy Barton.
Just like then. 4 breaks from 4.
It's Andy to throw first. Game on.
I think people who've been watching darts at the Lakeside for a number of years seen Andy here before. I think the biggest change in his game since...
180.
Lovely 180 there from the Belgian. I think the biggest change people will notice since he first played here is that he has slowed down a little bit.
140.
You know, when he first came, he was a very rapid player. He slowed down just a fraction, and that's really, I think, helped kick his game on this year, because before,
59.
his biggest issue was doubles. As often with rapid players, the doubles sometimes, you don't quite get the sighting right. They tended to be his weakness in the past, and he slowed down a fraction this year, and you saw that pay off in Croatia and then Denmark, and obviously the majestic year he's had on the WDF Tour, and of course got to last 16 of the Euro Tour in his native Belgium as well. So
134.
he has made that adjustment. Yeah, I mean, if he can improve the counting as well, how far could he really go?
Yeah, and it took a really good performance from the current man of the moment in the darting world, Luke Humphries, to beat him in Belgium.
128.
Another treble would leave double 10.
108. Sebastian, you require 106.
Doesn't take it now. Białecki has been threatening these already. But this time, has to be patient.
151.
But it's a super setup,
And you require 20.
and it applies maximum pressure to Barton's.
In shot, and the first
And he
set.
takes it on double
Andy
10.
Barton. Second set, first leg. It's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
He's a 2-time quarter-finalist on this stage, as Andy Barton's lost out to Scott Waits in 2018. And then was beaten by last year's runner-up, Thibaut Tricol, the 7-set classic.
Yeah, Andy was very, very impressive last year. A big performance to knock out Dave Parletti in his first game last year, and I have to actually say at the time, I thought he was a contender to go all the way, and then, yeah, ran into an inspired week from Thibaut, really. He was phenomenal all week, and actually led 2-0 in that final against Neil Duff. And just, you know, in the end, Neil's battling spirit I spoke to you about the other day. No one's going to believe more than Neil Duff this week. And, yeah, Neil Duff last year just found what he needed to win and etch his name in that list of greats who've won on that stage.
85.
If you're wondering when Duffman's going to be in action, he'll be on stage around about this time tomorrow evening against Moreno Blom, another speed merchant.
140.
Yes. Very quick, is young Moreno. Saw him last night, enjoying his win over Gabor Takec. A little bit of dancing from the young Dutchman last night. No dancing from me. I didn't see you on the dance floor either, Mr. McCarthy.
No, more of a lean at the bar, man.
59.
Yeah, someone brought a little boombox into the bar / players room in the hotel. It was a mixed bag of tunes, I've got to say.
I think it was actually James Hurl who will be in action in the final game of tonight's session against the very physically imposing Dennis Nilson from Sweden, who seemed in very jolly spirits in the practice room earlier.
Could be a good couple of days for that particular household, because James Hurl's partner, Suzanne Smith, managed to get herself over the line against Victoria Monaghan. Treble 19. Well, even if you'd have hit that, I don't know, with the way that the dart laid in the board, how much of that bullseye you could see.
Andy Uruguayan, 96.
No, but it's a lovely set-up shot. If he gets a chance, Andy, still can be done. Not now.
56.
Three at double 14 for Sebastian to take the opening leg of this second set.
Holds his throw.
Sebastian Bielewski, second leg, Andy to throw first. $100.
There are some similarities in demeanour between Andy and the woman we saw win very impressively in the last game, Bo Greaves. They're both incredibly relaxed
95.
players and people. Seen Andy arrive a couple of days ago and he's just sort of taking it all in his stride, mooching around, you know, having a throw, confident in his abilities, and
85.
you know, obviously there's a little bit of aggression on the dartboard, more so than you perhaps get with Bo, but generally he's a fairly chilled out chap.
Yeah, I made the point to Nick in comms about Bo Greaves, about how relaxed she is. It's almost as if, oh, do you fancy going and playing a World Championship game today? Her response would be, yeah, all right. Rather than her being really pumped up for it. And I'm sure she is pumped up, but it's just the demeanour she gives. It's one of total relaxation. That must almost be quite intimidating for other players watching her.
Exactly. Yeah, all right. Opens up with an 84 finish, averages just shy of 89, and just makes it look so effortless and easy, you know. Makes you think, you know, dance is a simple game. I could be good at this as well. And then you have a practice and you think, well, maybe there is a bit more to it.
Yeah. Within about 30 seconds, you can make your mind up and say, nope, it's not happening. Is 95 happening? Well, he went the cautious route. Treble 18 would have left double 16. A little bit surprised.
87.
Showing a lot of respect to Bielewski, though.
Well, I think it's because Andy, you know, of course, every player who's here wants to win this World Championship, but I think, you know, from the start of the year, Andy set his stall out that, you know, this is going to be the goal for me.
In shot in the second leg, Andy Barton.
He didn't go to Q School back in January because he knew he was qualified for these World Championships. He won the Czech Open in November, and he basically said, you know what, this year I'm going to be focused on being the best player in this system, being world number one, and getting to that lakeside and going beyond that quarter-final stage I've been to twice before. And he's shown that. No one's won more titles this year than he has.
180.
And I think a lot of people, as he fires in his third 180 of the match, I think a lot of people expected Andy to go to the PDC's Western Europe qualifier a couple of weeks ago. A few of the Dutch players did. Denny Olderkout, who we saw yesterday, Jelle Klaassen, but Andy went, no. The World Championship is my one and only focus. And I think, you know, you're seeing that in his performance, a very strong start, but also he knows he's got to take out these finishes and he's got to go for them, because Sebastian's getting shots at these combination finishes and he's a very, very capable young man, and he's going to punish him if he doesn't take those chances. Should
look at the ball.
105.
Does. And I've got to say, from previous times watching Andy Barton's, that the board management does seem to have got a little bit better, a bit more aware of his surroundings.
61.
Really unfortunate for Białecki, leaves him on a bogey number.
170. $134.
And that unfortunate bounce out looks like it's going to be punished.
105, and you require 36. In short, and a third.
He only needs 2 bites.
Now he's just one leg away from a 2-set lead going into the break.
It's Andy to throw first. Game on. $140.
Well, Sebastian's done not much wrong, really, but the way Andy's going, we're going to see the biggest average of the tournament so far.
180. $140.
Things are getting interesting. Well, the 9-dart balloon has just been deflated.
Yeah, we saw Peter Machin get, well, didn't quite wire the double 12, but he got a shot at it for the 9 darts. It would have been a very special moment indeed. I know you and Nick were on tenterhooks in commentary at the time.
You know, I couldn't believe that it's still only Paul Lim that's done it here in the World Championship.
100.
What a club that would have been.
121.
Seen him take out 1-2-1 on the bull already, but this time the darts don't quite go where he wants them. I was going to say the bull might be brought in with 81, but it won't be now. And he's made a bit of a hash of that.
And you require 64.
So we got 1 dart at double, 1 at tops for the set.
Game shot.
And it's 1 at tops that he takes, and he lets everyone in the vicinity know about it. A real raw beast-like, you could say, from Andy Barton's. He has been absolutely brilliant so far against Sebastian Białecki. He's got to try and keep believing that he can come back into this, but Barton's looks in pretty good form to me. He leads 2-0.
This program is brought to you by Benji Marine Engine Repair and Trading, specialized in Wärtsilä engines with a 24-hour-a-day, high-quality, worldwide service. And by Hemeco Storage Systems, your one-stop storage system solution with over 100 years of experience. The 45th annual Winmau Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January 19th till the 21st. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Both men's and women's champions will win places at the 2024 WDF World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is from January the 26th till January the 28th. Come join the party in Bucharest. Register to play by Wednesday the 24th of January. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from February 1st till February 4th. Registration is open until January the 16th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to the Lakeside in December 2024. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 31st till June the 2nd. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in the most beautiful surroundings you'll find in Europe. The Swedish Open and Masters is held from August 16th till 18th. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best aerosmiths. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thank you to our tournament sponsors Winmau, A&G Travel Group, iDarts, Dart Connect, CT1 and Quiff.
Andy Barton is looking in imperious form as he seeks a very first Lakeside World Championship title to add to his massive trophy haul in the WDF system. Leads the young Pole Sebastian Białecki 2-0, and he's currently averaging around 96, which would be a tournament best thus far. Now, before we get back into the guts of this match, if you were watching earlier the match between Barry Copeland and Johnny Tata, me and Nick Rolls were having a conversation about the Johnny Tata nickname, JT. We thought it was a little bit boring, a little bit unimaginative. Being unimaginative myself, I couldn't think of a more suitable one. Step forward, the three-time Lakeside champion Glenn Durrant, who sent me a message during the first two sets. Listen to this. Johnny Steak Tata. Genius. Love it, Glenn. That's why you've transitioned to commentary like a dream.
Yes, I had heard the sauce. Someone did suggest the sauce to me earlier in the week, and I thought, I don't know, it's not vibing with it at the moment, but you know, Johnny's a fairly quiet, reserved man, so I think we're going to have to warm him up a little bit to...
Yeah, the sauce sounds a bit too internet lingo for me.
Game on.
The cap fits in regards to Barton's nickname, though. Activating beast mode in the first two sets. And he's looking very good in pretty much all departments. He's only needed at most 2 darts to win any leg. Not the double, that is. Białecki's just been denied opportunities on the outer ring. He was a little bit unfortunate in one of the legs in the last set where he was on 2-2-3, treble 20, single 1, and then I think it was 60 points on the floor. I don't think it was going to be a single 20, and that denied him the opportunity to get anything from that. Who knows what would have happened? It's counterfactual history. We can't dwell upon it.
140.
It's all about Barton's now. And what he is doing regularly is leaving himself on a finish after 9 darts. That's incredibly hard to live with.
Yeah. Exactly, and it's that power scoring of Andy that's always been his biggest strength. As I said, he's been able to convert it a lot more this year, and he's shown that in this match. He's been clinical, which really has limited Sebastian's opportunities, has restricted him to, you know, trying to get those big finishes, and if he doesn't take them, hoping he gets another go at whatever might be left, whether that's, you know, double 18 or 25, you know.
Andy requires 16.
And that's the standard Andy's at now, and that's the standard anyone's going to have to produce to beat him in this tournament.
Game shot on the first leg.
And he can afford to be a little bit looser on the darting doubles there. Double 4 rescues him, takes the lead in this third set. And for Sebastian Białecki, it's a pretty mountainous task ahead of him.
18.
I mean, Andy's one of the big hopes of Belgian darts. Is a country very much on the rise in the darting world. You've got obviously big PDC stars like Dimitri Vandenberg and Kim Huybrechts, but we had a WDF #1 top seed last year in this tournament, Brian Roman. We've got a Belgian top seed favourite this time in Andy Bartons, and you know, a number of other talented Belgian players on this tour looking to play on the PDC tour as well. So it's a nation on the rise, and it's true of Poland as well. Yeah,
it's something we've spoken about quite a lot in commentary over the last few days, the amount of emerging darting nations, and these are two of the best. Poland are a little bit more nascent, but they are to host a World Series event for the second time in a row. We've got the likes of Krzysztof Ratajski, who was a real high performer in this system before he switched to the PDC.
134.
It's a high performance so far in this leg from Sebastian Białecki as well, down to 132 after 12. And he's going to have at least 6 darts at it with Andy back on 183.
Even though Andy's not on a finish, all it's going to take is a big visit, and it makes 92 look a lot trickier.
140.
And how he managed to squeeze that third dart in without knocking the second one out. 17 leaves the bullseye. How much of it can he see?
67.
Thought he might have moved slightly across the oche then to get a better view, but didn't, and will he be punished? 3 for tops.
Game shot on the second leg. Andy Bartons.
Now the beast from the east throwing for a straight sets victory. I don't think that
Third
was.
leg, it's Andy.
Don't think that was on the bingo card for this one. You know, I sat here. Oh, this one's going to go all the way. I think I've said that a lot, to be fair, in this commentary box. Just a sucker for the long games, me. But yeah, and a very professional and a very impressive performance so far from the Belgian.
Did you think Copeland Tata would go all the way?
Yes.
Well, you've got one right then.
109.
Białecki gets 3 darts right. Looking to put up a late show of defiance, but it seems inevitable, really, that Bartons is going to go on and win. Get to the last 16 to set up a tantalising tie with Gary Stone. And the more I think of it, the more I think it is going to be a class game, because it combines 2 real power scorers in the WDF system.
And I think it's a tremendous confidence booster as well for whoever is to come through that game, because they're going to know, right, okay, you know, if it's Andy, right, well, I've beaten Sebastian Białecki, someone people were talking about as a contender, he's a hugely promising young player. And if you know, and then he beats Gary, he's someone else people were looking at, someone who's full of confidence, playing well, hitting big finishes.
60.
And if you're Gary's point of view, backs up the confidence he came out with earlier. You know, I heard him say, I'm the favourite in the next round, whether I'm playing Andy or Sebastian, I'm the favourite and I'm here to win this title. So if he beats him, it's all the confidence you need.
100.
Yeah, a few mind games, you could almost be tempted to say, rattling around the players' room.
140. Sebastian,
It's down to a finish, but that did follow 12 darts, where he failed to get a single treble.
$81. And you require 141. $55. Sebastian, you require 24.
Well, unless Sebastian mucks around here, Andy's not going to get match starts, and there's no mucking around from the young Pole.
Fourth flag is Sebastian to throw first.
Break and throw as well. But I get the feeling that Białecki's going to have to find probably a couple of legs
85.
in at least 5 visits in order to win this set and thus extend the game.
Yeah, exactly. He's got the throw here, so you think 15, that means Andy would have to go out in 12 or better. And if it gets to 2-2, yeah, do the nerves kick in? How hard can he push him? Certainly with 2 trebles already.
180.
Third maximum of the game from the Bolt.
The second in successive legs.
100.
Well, I believe he's 20 in a couple of days' time.
Yeah, Wednesday. Last few days of teenage kicks for Sebastian Białecki.
123.
Player with a very, very bright future. Development Tour winner. Motor Super Series winner as well. He got through to Champions
Sebastian,
Week.
you require 113. $53. 60. Sebastian, you require 60. Game shot on the fourth.
Does get tops.
Sebastian Białecki. Fifth flag, Andy to throw first. Game.
Is the pendulum just beginning to tilt in the favour of Białecki? Well, maybe not now. Strong start to what could be a match-winning leg.
Yeah, the Pole has had the edge in the scoring the last couple of legs as he's pulled himself back to level pegging, but a 135 to start.
100.
Good find with the last one to keep himself within touching distance, but since he's probably going to need 2 trebles next time.
60. 100. 96.
It's just a tiny indication that sometimes Andy isn't the best with the numbers. When you're on 3 or 6, the percentage players to start on the 19s.
45.
But he's in a good position anyway. We are just being a little bit hypercritical.
But it's those fine margins.
174.
It's that magic number, 174.
I was going to say it's those fine margins that decide world title contenders, and so do 174 visits. To leave yourself on 36
29.
after 12.
And you require 36.
3 at 18, double 18.
Game, shot.
Andy Barton has made his presence known. The pre-tournament favourite, the #1 seed, the dominant WDF player this year, has whitewashed Sebastian Białecki. It has been the performance of the tournament so far from the Belgian, averaging 94.8. Have that the rest of the field, he will be thinking right now. Andy Barton has set up a last 16 tie with Gary Stone, and that should be an absolutely fantastic watch. Białecki has been knocked out at the round 2 stage. Make no mistake though, this kid has got a bright future. But Andy's future looks a little bit brighter in this tournament. He has beaten Białecki by 3-0. We've got our final game coming up after this short break as James Hurl, a former world #1 in the WDF system, faces the Swede Dennis Nilson.
This program is brought to you by Benji Marine Engine Repair and Trading, specialized in Wärtsilä engines with a 24-hour-a-day, high-quality, worldwide service. And by Hemeco Storage Systems, your one-stop storage system solution with over 100 years of experience. The 45th annual Winmau Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January 19th till the 21st. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Both men's and women's champions will win places at the 2024 WDF World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is from January the 26th till January the 28th. Come join the party in Bucharest. Register to play by Wednesday the 24th of January. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from February 1st till February 4th. Registration is open until January the 16th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to the Lakeside in December 2024. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 31st till June the 2nd. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in the most beautiful surroundings you'll find in Europe. The Swedish Open and Masters is held from August 16th till 18th. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best aerosmiths. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thank you to our tournament sponsors Winmau, A&G Travel Group, iDarts, Dart Connect, CT1 and Quiff.
We continue with the men's second round here at the 2023 CT1 WDF Lakeside World Championship. And we welcome back to the stage a former Lithuania Open, Vilnius Open, Swedish Open and Riga Open champion from Sweden, strongman Dennis Nilson. We now welcome to the stage a former Lakeside World Championship quarter-finalist, the former Belfry Open and Isle of Man Classic champion, the former Scottish Open champion. From England, it's Hillbilly James Hurl!
Final game of the evening session then pits a former WDF world number one in James Hurl against Dennis Nilson of Sweden. It's fair to say that James Hurl hasn't really given the WDF Tour his full attention this year. He's more focused on the Challenge Tour and playing Pro Tour events in the PDC. But the fact that he comes here as the number 4 seed speaks volumes about how dangerous a player he still is. He was a 4-time title winner in 2022, the Isle of Man Classic, the Scottish Open, the Belfry Open and the Italian Grand Masters. It was the Scottish Open where most of his ranking points were accrued. But he's up against Dennis Nilson, who flexed his muscles during the walk-on, and he'll be hoping to flex his darting muscles in this tungsten tussle with James Hurl. He got the job done against Jordan Brooks. I think that's all about you can say of that performance, averaging a touch over 75. Jordan didn't perform, and the fact that he was taking so long in between throws, I think, put Dennis off. There is a great still image to be had of Brooks looking at the board and Nilson just staring down Brooks while he's doing so. It should be the template for a really good meme, in my opinion. Dennis will probably have to raise his game by some level in order to beat Hurl. But because of Hurl's lack of WDF action this year, Andrew, he probably is one of the more beatable top seeds, you could say.
Well, potentially, yes. And I think also, if you look back to James's performance here last year, of course, got to the quarter-finals and, really impressed as the tournament went on. But in his first game, which was his first game back here in 5 years, it was a really sluggish performance against the Belgian killer bee, John Desramo. A low 70s average. James, I remember talking to him at the time, and he said, I was shaking like a leaf. I don't know what it was. The nerves of playing on that historic lakeside stage. So, if those nerves affect him, then certainly Dennis has got a chance. And, the way Dennis played on Saturday, the nature of that game, I don't think that's a true reflection on what the former professional strongman is really capable of.
Yeah, I'd love to see what he is capable of in strongmanning still, but we'll just have to stick to his darts for now.
Yeah, he's got a very strong handshake, I'll tell you that. If you've never met Dennis Nilson, he'll give you the most bone-crushing handshake you've ever had, but he's still a wonderful man, and he'll probably give you a hug afterwards. So, yes, fantastic. And one of 3 Swedish men in this year's tournament. His compatriot Ricky Naumann went out a little bit earlier today against Gary Stone, and Edwin Torbjornsson, the way he started, he's got a very good chance of causing a real upset later in the week when he plays the returning 2006 world champion Jelle Claesson.
He certainly does.
41.
And Dennis Nilson is hoping to be the causer of upsets this evening. James Hurl has been a tournament winner recently. He won his very first Challenge Tour when beating the now tour card holder Owen Bates 5-2. That came at the end of October. It's Dennis, who's looking to win leg 1, climbing the 20s ladder.
100.
And he just about misses the summit, but James Hurl is not on a finish.
Dennis, you require 20.
Double 5. No, he goes to split.
12.
Doesn't pay off and could well be punished here. The potential 2-darter here for the Hillbilly.
He's gone cautious, ensuring that he does get 1 dart at a bull, as long as he finds the 19 bed, which he does.
$57.
Wasn't there. I think they were all left a bit puzzled then, but missed it entirely. That's 5 missed. It's 6th time of asking, and just gives those muscles a bit of a flex, because, you know, he's not done it for 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's normally a very quiet, unassuming player, Dennis Nilson, but we're seeing a lot more of the inner Dennis coming out, you know, with the game against Jordan, and hearing, you know what, good for him. Celebrating being back at Lakeside for the first time in a number of years. Been playing some good stuff this year, played some good stuff for Sweden at the World Cup earlier this year, alongside, you know, the aforementioned Torbjornsson. But I did want to give a mention before we get too far into this game and how it pans out. The sticker on James's, the right side of James's chest, 1954-2023, that is a tribute to a chap called Ron Grant, who was heavily involved with darts in Gloucestershire. James is, of course, the England captain within the WDF system, but, you know, he's Gloucestershire born and bred. He's played a lot of games for Gloucestershire at county level, and Ron was pretty much a mentor for him for a number of years, a really key figure in James's darting development, and he passed away quite suddenly earlier this year. So I know James dedicated his Challenge Tour win to Ron when he picked that up soon after the World Cup, and Yeah, paying tribute to someone who I know meant a lot to him as well, with that sticker on his shirt in this game.
Well, that might give him a bit of extra motivation. Bit of a sluggish start from both players, you could say.
59.
Even though we've played about a leg and a half, already there is a feeling that it could be a long game. 142.
126.
Yeah, well, I haven't said it yet, but I did think on paper this had the potential to go all the way. I was right with Copeland Tata, wrong in the last game, but as Meatloaf once said, 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
57. Game to require 16. Game to the second leg. It's James Hurl.
Finds double eight with the second dart in hand. And he levels this set.
He went 2 or 3 visits in that last leg without a treble there, Dennis Nilson, but kicks off with a 140.
First maximum.
Yeah, Hurl goes one better, going with the first maximum of the match.
And every time we see a maximum with the first 3 darts in a leg,
57.
we all get a bit excited, don't we? Peter Machin nearly had the roof off this place earlier this afternoon.
60.
Missing double 12 for a 9-darter. Well, I'm no expert lip reader, but I think the last word that came out of James's mouth was bad.
Yeah.
44.
Yes. A bit of, you know, berating himself, trying to G himself up. It's been won the last leg, but, you know, he's keen to, you know, he wants to wrap this up as quickly as possible and assure his progress to the next round. But, you know, Dennis isn't going to be going away, so he knows that, you know, visits like that, 44, can't be too many of them. Especially if this match starts to go into deeper waters.
Dennis require 141.
Like the use of the bullseye.
James require 160.
Would be the biggest finish of the week if he's able to hit it.
Does look really focused tonight, does James. He's taking his time. He's deliberately not rushing. Dennis wants double 18, and he finds it in the corner.
There's a little shoulder pump as well.
You know, every leg he wins, he's going to be accompanied by a little snigger from me, just because of the way he's celebrating. It's weirdly, it's understated yet menacing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's because he's only just started doing it. He's not entirely comfortable with it, so it's sort of I don't really know what to do. He's sort of, you know, when you go to your first school disco, you don't want to make a fool of yourself, but you want to get involved. But you mentioned the end of that leg about James being quite considered. It was something I noticed at the World Cup in Denmark. I saw a lot of the England team's games, watched a lot of James's games. And he did seem noticeably more deliberate, I would say, and more methodical than I'd seen him in the past. And I didn't know if that was kind of part of being in the World Cup environment. Of course, saw a lot of him in team games where you're on for one leg. So,
100.
You've got to try and be a bit more precise, work with a little bit more than just, what's on the board in those legs. I don't want to say mind games, but there's a bit more to it in those very heated team games. But I didn't know if that was something he deliberately tried to work on this year. But we are seeing in this game as well, certainly a slower pace from the Hillbilly than probably accustomed to on the big stage.
Yeah, I don't know if the seed positions play any part in terms of the expectations of these guys, but James Hurl arrives here as the number 4 seed, so logically he'll think, well, should be making at least a semi-final.
90.
Once again, I like the use of the bullseye.
41.
It makes sense as well with, Mr. Nilson having the Go Darts Pro sticker on the right side of his chest. Obviously someone who likes doing the, those practice games that put a test to your math skills and your combination finishes. So
100.
seems to be benefiting him so far, and he's got 3 darts here to try and take out 71 for the first set. 18 will leave tops.
51.
It's a chance gone.
Game to require 41.
Misses the big one, so he's now got 23 left. 7 double 8 would be the way I would go.
James Hurl disagrees. He's more of a 3 double 10 man.
31.
And double 10 is not kind to him. Will it be kind to Dennis? Yes, it will. Dennis Nilson takes the first set.
Second set, first leg. It's James to throw first.
We've got a guaranteed Dutch opponent for the winner of this game because Alexander Merckx, the 13th seed, faces Arjen Konteman, who was one of the more impressive performers from round 1 in his 2-0 victory over the Australian Danny Porter. They are in the same section of the draw as the likes of Wesley Plaisier and Rhys Colley and James Richardson, the latter of whom secured his passage through with a straight sets win against Peter Machin, who we mentioned nearly gave us a 9-darter.
Just wanted to update people who were with us a little bit earlier on. We were talking about Andy Barton's a very impressive top seed, dispatched Sebastian Białecki in straight sets. We were talking about his nickname, the Beast from the East, and I was a little bit perplexed as Belgium is firmly ensconced in Western Europe. Well, I've been reliably informed that the nickname the Beast from the East is based on the province, as you suspected, of where Andy lives. It's, forgive my attempted Flemish pronunciation here, Oost-Vlaanderen, which is known as the East Oriental region of Belgium. So that solves that mystery. The future of Johnny Tartar's nickname will be a topic to revisit a little bit later in the week, I think.
As yet undecided.
Yes, the ever dangerous TBD. A treble there would have put Dennis firmly in the driver's seat of this leg, but you now fancy James with a big visit here, very much back in command. Comes low with the first one. He's moving around on the oche a lot so far.
100.
So's Dennis. Line dancing from the pair.
140. James will require 134.
But he's tries to go tops.
114.
Finds one of them.
So it was just tops.
Tops and a single, but might be in vain. Dennis goes ball first. 3, which will leave double 4. He's had a couple of misses on this one already. And misses again there.
James will require 20.
I wouldn't like to be a dartboard if Dennis Nilson is feeling frustrated. Give it the old Colin Lloyd treatment. That was way off.
Yeah, very high and not so handsome from Hurl there. Better marker the second time.
10.
But he comes inside, so Dennis perhaps surprisingly will get 3 more chances at this elusive double 4.
But when the camera literally has to zoom out, you know it's not a good dart. That's a good dart though. Dennis Nilson gets another leg on the board and a break of throw.
Dennis to throw first. Game on.
This is playing very well so far. Former professional strongman. I have to admit, I'm a bit of a sports nerd. I watch a lot of things. Strongman is one of my big loves. So, yes, Dennis and I had a long chat at the World Cup about strongman, the history of Swedish strongman, some of their greats over the years. And of course, annual tradition, World's Strongest Man will be on the television around Christmas time.
43.
And to be honest, I'm Christmased out by that point, so that'll be happy viewing for me. That and a bit of darts. What more can a man ask for?
All on Series Link.
Yeah.
40.
Yeah. Dennis's fellow Scandinavian referee Christian Sorensen having to do a little bit of retrieval duty there.
$100. $140.
James is in danger of being cut adrift slightly.
125. $100.
So far, this performance from Dennis much more akin from what we're used to seeing from the Swede. You know, I think kind of average-wise, he's someone you'd normally expect to be in the mid-80s range. I think he's sort of not far off that
60.
through these first 5 legs of this match. James not really got going, and there's quite obvious signs of frustration every time there's a loose dart.
Another treble 18 would leave double 16.
96.
Opts to leave himself 26, which is slightly curious. I wonder if he will look to split that when he comes back.
Well, all I can say is he's hit double 4 twice, so he must think that next door presents him with a decent chance.
26. Games on the second leg.
He did.
What do I know? Go straight for it, Dennis.
Dennis knows best.
Game on.
Yeah, that's not a man I'd try and give too much advice to.
$140.
No, I had exchanged emails earlier today with the president of the Swedish Federation. She's very proud of how her contingent have done at these championships. Obviously, the way Dennis has started could be more good tidings for the Swedes this year's World Championships.
100.
Yeah, it's a strongly backed nation in the world of darts. Edwin Torbjornsson is to come, as you mentioned, Andrew, against Jelle Klaassen.
135.
And the way he played in his first round match against Laszlo Kadar, Jelle's got a match on his hands.
Yeah, he beat the experienced Romanian in double quick time. It was very impressive display from the man I think is nicknamed Hercules. Although he did have the big ET on the back of his shirt, so maybe he's a man of many names.
24.
A ropey visit there from Dennis. But
66.
not a ton of pressure there from James. One good dart, but a couple of loose ones either side. I think if he goes into this break 2-0 down, which at the moment looks the most likely outcome, I think he might probably be having a fairly stern word with himself. Maybe a trip to the little boy's room, splash a bit of water in his face, sort himself out, because he's not been quite at his free-flowing best so far. Would have been a lovely 1-3-5 finish, but can't find the treble.
He's threatened the big combinations, the 1-3-5 and the 1-4-2. Dennis nowhere near as threatening on that visit. I mean, in general, he probably is. Double 10. Once again, wide of the mark.
Dennis will require 101.
James Hurl has already missed 9 darts at a double. He's going to get another chance, but he is costing himself.
James will require 20. James on the third leg. James Hurl. Fourth leg is Dennis.
And all that was just a hold of throw. Yet it looked laboured.
It was a fight, and to be honest, he's finding a fight to stay in this game. Dennis has been
100.
not completely clinical, but certainly more clinical than his English opponent, and a very measured, composed performance from the Swede so far, which I think he'll be happy with. Of course, he got the win on Saturday, but it was a curious game, a niggly game, not one that I'm sure either player will look back on particularly fondly.
100.
Oh, Jordan Brooks must dread the thought of coming to Lakeside with the way he's played in the past 2 years. It's not been a great venue for him.
No, and I think a note on Jordan. He's a lovely lad, and he's a fantastic player as well. And I don't think he's really, shown what he can do on this stage. But I don't think people should take that as a reflection of his abilities.
123.
You mentioned earlier James Hurl won the 2022 Scottish Open to qualify here. It was only a silver event in 2023, but the champion there was Jordan Brooks. He beat Martin Atkins brackets Wigan in the final of that tournament. And Jordan was, to be honest, he played some of the best darts of his entire career in Dennis's home nation of Sweden back in August at the Swedish Open. A string of mid-90s averages before he ran into an absolutely mesmeric performance in the semi-finals from Darren Johnson. Dynamite DJ will be in action later in the week. But yeah, Jordan played some fantastic darts there. More than deserved his spot here, but we've seen that big stage. It can have a negative effect on people, and it's not quite worked for him so far, but he's in a strong position to qualify for next year's World Championships, and I have no doubt that when he qualifies again, the only way will be up for him, and expect to see we'll see much more from the Sheriff next time round.
Strong response from Hurl. Well, Dennis halves the score, but that's a denied maximum. Looked like it was, maybe if it just went a millimetre left or right, it would have gone into the treble. It hit the fly, bounced on the floor.
And that treble 1 ultimately spells the end of his hopes of taking out 98. There's Shanghai. He's got the first part. Got the second. Can he find what would be a heartbreaking tops?
80.
I think that's 3 bounce outs in this set for the Swede. Is he going to be punished here?
Nilson was unfortunate. But Hurl doesn't punish.
Then he should require 40.
3 at tops for the set. Comes inside, so double 10. Chases it round the board to no avail. So James, perhaps surprisingly, will get 3 more at double 8.
Only needs 1. James Hurl in command of this set now. He was looking so good for Dennis Nilson, but it was a strong third leg for Hurl on his own throw. Now he's found the break. Dennis missing 4 darts for the set. He should be off stage right now, just having a 5-minute stretch and relax. Yet he's going to be put under the pump here.
140.
And you're starting to hear the number of people here in the house to watch James Hurl making a lot of noise. But Dennis making some noise of his own on the board.
140.
Trade 140s at the start of this very, very crucial leg for the dynamic of this match.
They're trading blows now. But Dennis has relented. This second set has slipped away from Dennis. Hurl has time. He's got 52 left. How often do you see this? Maybe too little, too late.
Should be a good marker.
It is a good marker. We have got a level game going into the break. Dennis Nilson looks comfortable. He established a 2-leg lead, but James Hurl has just begun to turn the screw and show the Swede what he is made of. A fascinating game is in prospect. It is James Hurl 1, Dennis Nilson 1.
This program is brought to you by Benji Marine Engine Repair and Trading. Specialised in Wärtsilä engines with a 24-hour-a-day, high-quality, worldwide service. and by Hemeco Storage Systems, your one-stop storage system solution with over 100 years of experience. The 45th annual Winmau Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January 19th till the 21st. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Both men's and women's champions will win places at the 2024 WDF World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is from January the 26th till January the 28th. Come join the party in Bucharest. Register to play by Wednesday the 24th of January. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from February 1st till February 4th. Registration is open until January the 16th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to the Lakeside in December 2024. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 31st till June the 2nd. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in the most beautiful surroundings you'll find in Europe. The Swedish Open and Masters is held from August 16th till 18th. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best aerosmiths. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thank you to our tournament sponsors Winmau, A&G Travel Group, iDarts, Dart Connect, CT1 and Quiff.
We have had some pretty different darting matchups tonight. We started off with a tense one between Barry Copeland and Johnny Tata, where the New Zealander prevailed in the final set to win 3-2 and book his place in the last 16. Then we saw, respectively, the tournament favourites for both the Women's and the Men's World Championships, Bo Greaves and Andy Barton's winning in straight sets. But it looks like now we are reverting to what we saw in the first match of the evening, because James Hurl and Dennis Nilson are really kind of cancelling each other out at the moment. Hurl has just won 3 legs on the bounce to win the second set, and Dennis Nilson might still be thinking, Andrew, about those 4 missed darts to win that second set, to go 2-0 up and to establish a massive cushion.
Yeah, he looked a little bit lost, to be honest, at the end of that set. You know, the players have the opportunity of going off the stage. You know, I said James should go to the little boys' room, splash a bit of water in his face and regroup. Or you can stay on the stage. We've seen other players do that today. Gary Stone did it earlier to great avail in the afternoon session. I think it was Barry Copeland that did it in our first game of the evening. Dennis looked like he was going to stay on the stage, then looked like he was going to go to the back, then seemed to change his mind, and eventually slowly ambled back to the players' room and ended up actually being the second one out. James was out a minute or so before him, had a good few darts on the board, and so far seems to be paying off with a 1-2-5 and a ton. But yeah, Dennis will want to get, you know, find himself with some success on the outer ring sooner rather than later, because if Hurl can put a run together, suddenly Dennis will find himself the one needing a big comeback to stay in this one.
I think one thing's for certain: the player who wins it will know they have been in a match. There'll probably be fatigue in their arms, in the bodies, because I'm like you, I can see this one going all the way.
60.
Yeah, and it's not going to be an easy assignment for either man in the next round either. So, I mean, no game in this tournament is easy. Everyone's here on merit, but you know, this is going to be a grueler, a real battle. So, yeah. But that can also be a benefit to players. If you know you've been in a tough one, you know you can prove to yourself, well, I won a tough one, so if I've got to go deep and dig deep, go to the well again, I can do. Hopefully, both of these players will be hoping that it doesn't go all the way to a last leg decider, as we saw Mr. Tata and Mr. Copeland do earlier on, because it's tough for them, and it's even tough for their friends and family in the crowd watching on.
44.
Dennis Nilson may have had a break, but he still brought that exasperated look to his face upon missing a double. Doesn't like that, James.
No.
Because 13 and bull is the most likely route. And he makes sure that's a safe 13 as well.
49.
Here's a little bit southeast on that bull attempt, so Dennis will come back, but I was going to say the double's still not proving his friend, but he finds that one second time of asking, stops the rot at 3 legs and holds his throw to kick off this third set of a possible 5.
Well, every leg he's won has been on that right side of the board. A couple at double 10, a couple at double 4, one at double 18 and one at double 13. Maybe that'll get in his mind as well. He'll think he's got to try and leave those doubles as often as possible, maybe pick and choose rather than play naturally.
Good find with that last start from James. Kick off the leg with back-to-back tons. And Dennis, second visit in a row, veers into the fat one. Just start the leg, and it's not really... Well, good find from him as well, but he's not really settled into his stride.
James is missing the 20. It is tending to drift left and go into the 5.
And Dennis is more towards the right-hand side, that one. He's hit it 3 out of 3 times so far. That perhaps is telling. We've seen both players shuffling about on the oche quite a lot so far. Perhaps they're not quite finding their sights.
125.
Some good stuff there. Third visit of a tunnel more in this leg from James. Leaves him on 132 after 12. Dennis a long way back. 296 with 1 left.
100. Going to require 132. 60.
Dennis's retrieval of his darts from the board and walking back to the back of the stage, it's quite slow and quite deliberate in this game. Almost Scott Mitchell-esque in his sort of approach to that. And, you know, Scott's watching on, cheering on his friend, England teammate, fellow England captain in James Hurl, who takes out 72 to level the score.
I think I heard something. Sounded like the roar of a hillbilly.
Yeah, a few cries of "Go on, Jammer," as he's often known to his friends and family, and his England teammates.
60.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a repeat of his partner Suzanne's performance on Sunday. That was a right old battle she had with Victoria Monaghan. Showed some real fighting instincts in that one. And James, so far, it's not been the prettiest of games, but he's finding enough to stay with his Swedish opponent. And at the moment, that's enough to keep him in contention.
24.
Sometimes that release of energy after winning a big leg like that. James Hurl made it known how happy he was. Maybe just leads to a bit of a dip in concentration. Dennis seems to be back on form, judging by this leg. So you're going to go 11 double 10 and continue with the theme.
Well, that has been the predominant side of the board, as you pointed out. He goes
Absolutely
3 double
not.
14. I think he thought a change is as good as a rest, but it wasn't there. But James back on 2-2-3. All he can do really is try and apply some pressure.
Problem with the Nilson darts, they do kick over a bit to the right.
That's not very helpful, that second one.
No score. Going to require 123.
Once again, he is costing himself.
And from a leg he very much wasn't in, this 1-2-3 would be absolutely massive for the hillbilly.
Should get at least a go at the bull, which he does.
Dennis to require 28.
He's had 6 goes at it now. It's not been his friend.
8 darts later, and Dennis Nilson still has not won this leg. It was going swimmingly, scoring visits of 140, 140 and 130. But he's come up dry. He looks furious. He'll now feel relieved.
And I do wonder if he might try and split this with the first dart. 14-7 haven't been kind to him so far.
No, he went straight at it, and with very, very good effect. Such a strange game, this. One of the most difficult doubles to hit on a dartboard because it's low on the board and it's riddled with risk. If you go inside, you've then got a split, and then it's another small double.
Yeah, now both of the times that I've said, oh, he might go and split on this one to make it a little bit easier, he's gone and hit double 7 and double 13 first time, so perhaps I'm a good luck charm. Or maybe I just won't say anything anymore. I clearly don't know what I'm talking about.
100.
I heartily disagree. James Hurl knows what he's doing with the treble 20s. 3 of them equals a max, his second of the game. Dennis bites back. And this is the point of the game where us commentators, by the rules, are meant to slip into cliches and start talking about London buses. Let's not.
Yeah, I'm not sure a Yorkshireman's got a lot to contribute on the London bus conversation.
There's no such thing as 2 quick buses up in Wakey.
140. James Hurl 41.
For an 11 dart leg.
1. Dennis Hurl 81.
I repeat, for an 11 dart leg. Double 18. Brilliant. It is absolutely superb from Dennis Nilson. It is the best leg of the match. It wins Dennis Nilson set 3. And it swings the pendulum in his direction.
Game on.
Both players starting to fire in the scoring phase. Particularly James Hurl.
81.
Seeing him find quite a few 2 treble visits.
81.
It's been a real topsy-turvy game. Both men have had chances in pretty much every leg. We could really have had
59.
any conceivable score by this point, but it's the Swede that's in front, although it's the Englishman that's made a far better start to this leg. The full set is with his throw.
100. James Hurl 40. Games on the first leg.
Well, an 11 darter from Dennis Nilson is swiftly followed by a 13 darter from James Hurl.
Dennis to throw first. Game on.
We've talked about the number of Swedish players in this year's tournament, 3 in the men's and 1 in the ladies. You know, the players in the Northern Europe region of the WDF, the Scandinavian countries and the Baltics, Latvia, Lithuania and Estonia, they're all really good at supporting each other's tournaments. They all see the value in the regional table in this WDF system, knowing that the 2 best men and the best woman in that region will get into the World Championships. And you see that from where Dennis has picked up his ranking points. You know, got to finals in Lithuania last year. I know he actually lost, it might have been this year, Lithuania. He lost in the final to John Scott, who will be in action tomorrow. But he's travelled to Danish Open. He's gone to Estonia. He's gone to the Faroe Islands in the past, as have the likes of Ricky Naumann been to Estonia. So they do value and appreciate the tournaments in their region, and they chase those to be here, and it's a really good standard up there. You see that with the PDC Nordic and Baltic as well, and it's a real good reflection, I think, on the WDF system, that we've had such a strong representation from Northern Europe this time with Dennis, Ricky and Mr. Torbjornsson.
Yeah, it's another region in the world where darts is quickly growing. And you've got a big carrot to dangle in front of them, a place at Lakeside, or a couple of places at Lakeside. Just gives the players who play in those events that extra bit of motivation.
44.
Advantage Dennis on his own throw.
Dennis requires 64.
He's going to get 1 dart at double. Doesn't find the trouble with the first. 2 16s for the double.
Game set the second leg. Dennis Nilson. Third leg, James to throw first. Game on.
Absolutely clinical. And the Swede is now just 2 legs away from a spot in the last 16 where he would play either Alexander Merckx or the rapid Dutchman. Oh, and they're both rapid Dutchmen, but Arjen Konterman, who was so impressive on Saturday evening. But Alexander, he's a player to watch. Multiple-time title winner on the WDF circuit. Made real strides and inroads on the Challenge Tour this year, and I think he's someone who be well worth keeping an eye on when he makes his Lakeside bow a little bit later in the week.
100.
And there's another game to look forward to, and it kicks things off tomorrow. Alexander Merckx playing Arjen Konterman.
140.
James Hurl really cannot afford to be broken here.
But it's been another good scoring leg from Dennis. Both players ramped up in that department in the last few minutes or so. Well, pretty much since the break, but James has got to make a real dent in this 2-1-8 because Dennis could well take out that 1-2-1.
98.
Wants to utilise the 18s to give himself a Shanghai shot. Treble 17. go back to treble 20.
38.
He's made a hash of it.
James require 120.
Tops.
100.
How big could that be?
Dennis require 83.
When we look back at the end of this game, that's not helpful. He can't adjust.
27. James require 20.
4 disastrous starts there for Dennis Nilson. None of them quite what he wanted. Have opened the door for James Hurl. That should be a good marker for double 10. Bends the wire with the second attempt. And repeats the feat with the third. As Christian Sorensen says, no score. Dennis, 3 darts at this 56 combination. And only get 1 at the double though.
And that double will be tops. Dennis Nilson can't find it either.
James require 20.
Double trouble for Hurl and Nilson. This time he gets it. First time of asking. I mean, the good thing for James Hurl in this position, if he holds his throw, he wins the set, the slate's wiped clean, and then it's best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, there's not been a terrible amount to split either of these men throughout this game. I know James is fractionally ahead in the averages, 83 or so compared to 81 for Dennis Nilson, but yeah, I mean, if you go down to a deciding set, the way this game has gone, the way both men's finishing has gone, I think it could be anyone's. Very literally could be anyone's. I wouldn't like to call it. And I'm sure you won't either.
Nope. I avoid predictions at all costs. And Dennis Nilson wished he avoided 22 at all costs, because even now, if he hits perfection, won't leave a finish. Horrible number in darts, 339.
94.
Does find a treble there, Dennis Nilson, but still not on a finish. So James could put himself in a very good position here. That one stoops quite low, so does that one.
58.
Could and should have been much better. That's okay.
Require 170.
That's perfect. It's so inviting. But the invitation is rejected.
100. Then you should require 80.
My Swedish isn't quite what it could be, but Dennis didn't seem particularly pleased with himself with that attempt at tops.
Tops for 2-2.
50. Dennis should require 40.
The groans from the crowd say it all.
Double 10. Inside for Nilson. So Hurl's got 3 more darts to take this 4th set and send us to our second 5th set of the evening. Notice there's a sort of a Rafael Nadal-esque routine here from Hurl on these key doubles, touching the top of his flights. Hand in his pocket, comes inside on the 10s.
It's not happening for him. It's the first time I've ever heard Rafael Nadal and James Hurl compared before. Oh, Dennis. At the very least, you've got to keep it straight.
It's a lifeline for James Hurl.
It's a lifeline that he takes advantage of. We are going to a 5th set. It is a fist bump that Dennis Nilson didn't want to give. Lakeside has seemingly dropped silent. And even the crowd appreciate the tension that's being served up. He gave that a real snarl before throwing.
Yeah, took a little extra moment to compose himself and absolutely was worth it. 3rd 180 of the game from Hurl. Not going to finish just yet, but bodes well for this visit.
65. Going to require 104.
Once again, sensible use of the board, leaves a 2-darter. It might not matter.
72.
Dennis Nilson denied. It would have been a first ton-plus finish of the game.
He's going to get 2 at tops here. Second one comes very low and James seems to almost grab for his elbow as if to say, what happened there?
Getting warmer.
But the door stays firmly closed for Dennis Nilson.
What more do we need to say? James Hurl with a potentially decisive blow. It is the first time he has led the game.
And you think he absolutely knew that with the roar he let out. Big fist pump for the crowd, big roar. He's an emotive player at the best of times, James, but that one meant a lot. And again, that Nadal-esque little routine before he throws. It's bizarre. I don't know whether that's something he's developed, something he's picked up through coaching. It seems to be, well, seems to be helping him somehow in this game. There's been a lot of tense, tight moments, and the last couple, he's had the better of them, taking that 4th set and capitalising on those missed doubles from Nilson in that leg. And for those who aren't big tennis viewers, I'm not actually one myself, but I do remember watching something years ago when they were talking about Rafael Nadal and how much of a routine-based individual he was. And they'd studied hours of footage of him playing, and it basically was every time he was set to receive on his opponent's serve, he went through the exact same routine every time before every point. He sort of tucked his hair behind his left ear, tucked his hair behind his right ear, adjusted his shorts, moved his left foot, moved his right foot, and then started to sway. Exact same routine every time. And he also had the exact same routine for stacking his water bottles at the side of his chair, and famously got rather aggravated when the Australian Nick Kyrgios punted his water bottles over to wind him up. And James's routine of tapping the top of each flight, adjusting his shirt, sticking his hand in his pocket, seems to be that sort of routine here.
Well, quite a few darts players, I mean, they are creatures of habit because it is a sport that relies on rhythm. You look at Michael van Gerwen pulling up the socks, the likes of Gary Anderson, who gives the hockey a bit of a kick. Rob Cross does the same. Dimitri Vandenberg does the flight tap. Anything that just reminds them of rhythm and sameness maybe just focuses the mind a bit more. Dennis Nilson is beginning to lose focus, though.
Yeah, fractionally ahead in this leg, but probably should have been a lot more. And the look on his face tells you he knows that as well.
It's unfortunate. Deflection into the 5 leaves him a very tricky 1-3-5. It's a shot where the bullseye will have to come into play. Might do the same if Hurl is allowed to come back. Treble 20. He's going for the bull as well. Be hoping for a treble, which he gets. 8-8. And James Hurl is 501 points away from the last 16. Dennis Nilson looks unmoved, but inside he'll be raging. If Hurl does get the winner, he's going to be like a stick of dynamite on stage.
Well, exactly. He gave it the big fist pump when he levelled it up at 2-2. And that time, he seemed to be having a little word with the board after he'd finished as well. Seemed to be telling it who was in charge in this one. And it's very much James Hurl in charge of this match now as well.
59.
How crucial those missed doubles will prove to be for Dennis Nilson at 2-1 down in the last set. Could have levelled it up, totally different dynamic, and now he's dropped a number of legs on the bounce. And he's staring down the barrel of a potential defeat, despite leading 1-0 and 2-1.
83.
Almost neck and neck. The well is running dry.
Dennis require 160.
A wry smile there from James, because he knows that Dennis has got 6 darts at this 160 to keep the match alive.
100.
It's adequate. Should get 2 darts at tops.
60. Dennis requires 60.
He is not giving up without a fight.
Third leg, Dennis Nilson. Fourth leg, James to throw first. Game on.
That was just a hold a throw. The hard job here now is for Dennis Nilson. The difficult part, he's got to break the Hurl throw.
That will feel like more than 81. Rescued with dart 3.
140.
Crowd are behind one man.
Now we're now seeing the nerves creeping into Hurl's game. The finish line in sight. Is he starting to sputter?
81.
Well, to say the 2 averages are in the low 80s, this has been gripping. The way that the game has ebbed and flowed. Bleep.
I was going to say, I don't think it takes a degree in lip reading to understand that the England captain was not amused by a second successive trebleless visit in this leg. There's a big treble there for Dennis Nilson.
100.
It's down on the 1-2-1. We've seen it taken out already today. Gary Stone took out a 1-2-1. Barry Copeland took out a 1-2-1. Can Dennis Nilson do the same?
He might just have to. He might just have to. Double 17. Push the button, Dennis. We are going all the way. Bottle of the highest order.
And the biggest roar of the night there from Dennis Nilson. He knew that was big.
Fifth and final leg. It's Dennis to throw first. Game on.
And I said that was the hard bit, breaking the Hurl throw. Well, he's done that. And now can a man whose background was lifting heavy weights, propping up the big Atlas stones, has he got it to take the weight and pressure of this deciding leg?
The 180 will feel like a total waste. Strong start.
been enthralling stuff all the way through. Both men missed chances, momentum ebbing and flowing, and I'm quite literally now on the edge of my seat.
100.
Just amazing how they can find those sorts of visits when they are truly under pressure. Got to start on the 19s. Not going to leave a finish now.
60.
So Dennis has got 6 starts from 166. We saw him do 160 in 5 a couple of legs ago.
41.
41 is not a tremendous help though.
Dennis will require 125.
Can still do it. The chance goes.
Dennis will require 140.
To end an enthralling game with what would be its biggest checkout yet. Wrong side of the wire. .77 left. Could all be academic.
Dennis will require 72.
.19 or treble. Bullseye. Dennis Nilson has missed a match start. James Hurl should get 2.
James will require 58.
Double 10.
38.
Both players have had chances to book their place in round 3.
25.
And Dennis Nilson is the strongest man on the stage in an absolutely epic encounter. He is into round 3 of the Lakeside WDF World Championship. What more can you say? He showed grit, he showed nerves of steel. The 1-2-1 finish on the bull, saved himself, and then he goes and wins the deciding leg. It is more disappointment on the Lakeside stage for James Hurl. He'll be left thinking, what if, with both players ultimately having match darts. What a way to end the evening's action. Dennis Nilson goes through to round 3. Thank you very much for joining us this evening, and make sure you come back at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, where we'll have more tungsten tussles, starting with a double Dutch encounter between Alexander Merckx and Arjen Konterman. Thank you for joining.
This program is brought to you by Benji